Shiver me timbers, mateys! It's pirates! Hello, everyone. My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're going to be talking about a very special game that I found a long time ago, actually. It's been a while since I came across the wonderful world of Crimson Cutlass. Crimson Cutlass is definitely a game. That's a statement. Crimson Cutlass is in fact a game. It's a very weird game to talk about because it is an old game. It's from 1979. It is also, and this is important to know, 1,530 pages. Yes, this book is 1,530 pages. Notepad, why is this book 1,500 pages? This is the collected nimbus of literally every single book that has ever been published for this. And remember, this game came out in 1979. This is something your grandpa probably played. This is we're dealing with that kind of scale. And it's always interesting when we start talking about it's interesting when we start talking about games before the 90s, before the 80s even. This is 79. This is one of the very first games to come out. And it is interesting. But this is actually technically the 2018 Omnibus. Remember, this was published in 2018. There have been effectively 3 editions. First edition in 79, second edition in 89, and then technically the 2015 version. Now, the 2015 version is kind of what this game is mostly based on, but this is the collection of everything that has ever been put out. Yeah, never before. This assembly includes new material, any duplication, things like that. This is a very large thing. Now, I'm going to tell you a secret. We're not going to read all 1,500 pages. But Notepad, what do you mean? What do you mean we're not going to read all 1,500 pages? That doesn't seem like fun. This is where the game ends. Technically, you could say that the main game is 236 pages. That is what I read. And this is already fairly extensive, so just bear that in mind. But what is after that? This is scenarios. Get ready for mission generators. Task or hire, patron requests, motivation, twists, more rivals, additional answers, where are we going, what are we doing, the referee's role, mission consequences, climax actions, scenario aftermath, digressions. Here are all of the digressions. Yes, literally just things that might come up maybe. Encounters. All of these are just encounters. Then we have other settings that you can enjoy, including, but not limited to, stormy seas, port stopovers, free ports, pirate islands, going to cities, king's highways. But hey, what if what if you and me want to go to the infidel lands, maybe exotic isles, the rivers of the New World, native empires of the New World? Multiple personal event tables, all the things that might have happened during this time period. Yes, they do have all of that. Do you want to know all of these things going on? Have no fear, it's in here. Do you want the quick and dirty tables? Yes, here are all the quick and dirty tables. And this was the original cover, 1979. Oh, we got a manly host? Have no fear, everyone. It's my second mate. Hello, it's Pirate Manly. Major Terra modifiers. Shiver me timbers. Shiver me timbers! Manly's been shot! How does this keep happening? Russian on Russian violence. Shiver me timbers, mateys. He's took me like me legs. God like me legs. How could this keep happening? What? Manly is summoned and promptly killed by the Russian crowd. Okay, I want to come and say something nice, but it gets your fiddly dee funeral expenses on thee. Hey man, I tried. You were summoned for, but now it's just going to be me and Luffy here. Me and Doge Luffy. I think we can do it. You try, yes. Have no fear, we've got the Bratty Toaster. Bratty Toaster lives, and then Bratty Toaster subsequently dies. You gave them the gun. I don't expect people to use it. I don't expect people to use the gun. I hand it to you. This is called gun safety, Manly. We are using flintlocks, but that doesn't give them the excuse to fire it haphazardly. Truly, what a day to be alive. You made the gun cheaper than the summon. Well, yeah, so you buy the gun, and then you buy Manly. See? Bingo bango. This is how it works. It's called teamwork. You want Manly to live. Manly only lives as long as the people work together. Maybe the real friends were the ones we lost along the way in this landlubber journey. But this is where we are right now. So 1979. Now, we're going to learn a little bit about Crimson Cutlass right now and the people behind everything. So, if you right this second type in Crimson Cutlass TRPG, you're going to get right here. This is $21.95. Released in 2018, obviously. This full book is literally less than a cent per page. Now, this is the official... This is George Rom. George here is... George here is the creator of it. And I want everyone to remember this man is Super Boomer. And he is still uploading videos. He uploads actual plays of him making stuff. You know what? Shine on, Crazy Diamond. He's playing Gear Quest now. What's X Gear Quest? I don't fucking know. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying. X Gear Star Wars Homebrew Funzy. Alright. Okay. I'm in. I need to learn more about George Rom. So if you Google George Rom, nothing much comes up. Crimson Cutlass, things like that. However, I learned a little bit about him because these are all of the games that he has made. And you're like, wow, that's a lot. We're going to go through a couple of them. If we hit better games. That is not actually who we're dealing with, though. That's an important thing to understand. The worst name ever created by man. I'm going to be on Davy Jones' crew if you need me. As I cough up blood and die on the inside. Now, if we look here, this is better games. If you look on their TTRPG, we're going to scroll down. The big thing is Conrad's next Omnibus, complete version of Conrad's Fantasy and High Fantasy Auto Player. I've been looking into these guys more, and yes, every single one does have a video of him playing it with his buddies. A lot of these use the exact same variant systems, but this is Conrad's Fantasy. I'm like, okay. Yeah, designing fantasy scenarios, Conrad Fantasy. You're like, okay. nothing too extreme. But then we start getting into the strange ones, and you might be seeing them at the bottom there, including Divine Mercenaries, with the implication that we are summoning a house to kill Ben Franklin. $5. Technically, it's $1 now. 2 pages. Yes, you want to kill Ben Franklin with a house. Have no fear. We've got Time Traveling Dudes, another one of their 2-page funsies games. Funny time travel games. Bajillion Ways to Die. Yeah, keep going over here. Zombie World War II OSR. Probably the best cover of any game ever created. You may not like it, but this is what peak game design, this is what peak graphic design looks like. Slightly stretched text, the very clear, like, Photoshop effects on the text. Everything looks weirdly stretched, it being 55 pages. Yeah, everything is pretty accurate. Now, Fantasy Hex Crawl, Quintessential Paladin, Space Pirates OSR. Hey, Notepad, this is an OSR game, right? Well, this is his own OSR games. That is an important thing. He calls them OSR, but this is very much his thing. Welcome to Space Pirates. And if we keep going, you get to see gradually increasingly strange ones. In a One More Night in Panic survival genre, two-page roleplay. I don't know. I don't even know how you explain this. This is a thing you can buy right now on TTRPG. I want everyone to remember that. Is you can purchase this 2-page game right now if you would want. Right there. We've also got Outlands Omnibus, Gargoyles of Nom, the baseball game, Reclamation. We'll open up all. I'm just gonna open up some of these because they're so Kino. Kino is back on the menu. You may not like it, but this is what true art is. Outlands Omnibus. As you can see, it's clearly just Elric. Have no fear. And there's okay, that's him recording himself playing. Okay. I was like, is that just a video of a horse? Gargoyles of Nom. 1960s Demon Hunters. There is so much perfect about this. There's I don't know how you would it's perfect. It's the perfect game. Oh man, that doesn't look very... No, I don't think you quite understand. This is Kino. This is the greatest game of all time. It has to be. Satchel's Ball Game, otherwise known as A Salute to the Negro Leagues. I am saying that because that is literally what's being typed here. I'm like, oh no. Salvage and Recovery. This is a Galaxy Primer for Era 10. Some of you might be looking at this and saying, hey, wait a second, isn't that? And the answer is, yeah, go back, fucking acknowledge the price. Yeah, we're not going to acknowledge the price. We're not going to acknowledge the $1,000 price for the Negro Leagues book. We're not going to do that. Excuse me, what? Yes. Satchel's Ball Game is technically $1,000. It's just discounted to $450. Why? I don't know. Maybe they're shitposting. Maybe they just thought it's funny. Just roll with it. Welcome to Era 10, though. Now, Era 10 is technically their other system, you could say. And I'm just going to open up a couple of these. The Era 10 supplement. All right, it's got some soul in it. Now, it might be a little bit difficult to see, but I'm going to here. Let me open up something so we can look at this a little bit easier. Now, oh god damn it! Now, if you wish to view soul, I mean soul with a very distinctive term here. I'm going to open up that, and I'm going to... this is Era 10. This is the Era 10 supplement, Guardians of Soul. I don't know if you can tell what's... yeah, this is their 40k version. This is Era 10. It might be a little bit more obvious if I put up... Welcome to Battleborn. Freestyle roleplay. It's literally classic Rogue Trader. Not 40k. This is Rogue Trader. Like, that's a very important thing that you gotta remember. This is old Space Marine. Let me see if I can find... yeah, we're talking beaky. We're talking the we're talking the old school. We're talking about Groghammer. Because you gotta remember, back in ye olden days, the Space Marines were effectively space cops. Yeah, I remember that. They used to not be genetically modified super soldiers of the 41st millennium and are actually super gods and also a billion other things. They used to be dudes. Dudes in big armor, admittedly, but like dudes. Now, this is Groghammer tier, mind you. This is classic Groghammer. Where Space Marines were the cops. Yeah, we have Rogue Trader at home. Yes, this is just something you gotta understand. We're going further beyond. We are hitting levels of boomerisms that we didn't think was possible. But oh wait. Yeah, executive bot of Era 10. Yeah, this is the primer for everything. If you want full information, here is literally, it looks like fucking, yeah. I was blown away by this. I'm like, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Like, what is this absolute art piece? Like, am I missing something? Am I not seeing something? Like, I have to know more. But there's a catch here. Better Games is not actually what the company is called. That's not what they're actually referred to as. If you want to find them, you need to go to Space Gamer. Yes, Space Gamer. Notepad, what is this website? This beautiful website. Holy 90s Batman. Yeah, welcome to Space Gamer. This is also, if you want to know, I'm at 150%. This is all of their various games that they've made. You see Better Games TM. Space Gamer is, though, if we look over here, The Space Gamer was a magazine back in the late 70s, the mid 80s. And to see right here, 1975 to 1985, 96 issues. Originally, it was being published by a company called Metagaming. That's Metagaming. Didn't really do too much. Probably no one remembers much about Metagaming. Now, one of the things there is, Steve Jackson Games bought Space Gamer to republish them. You can actually buy Space Gamer now from the 80s, 90s, and whatever. You can buy those from from Steve Jackson Games. Now, one thing about this is back in the day, these were a lot of magazines. And it feels weird now because you really don't see magazines all that often. But this is actually how, if you wanted to get some weird little games, you bought a magazine. They told you reviews, they gave you new adventure paths. You kind of even see in like, oh hey, rumors in Traveler. Oh, you want to do Lord British Speaks. Lord British is speaking. The Ultima guy is doing interviews and stuff for these guys. This was something fairly common, and there's actually quite a few different games out there that got their start in these magazines. They literally would publish adventures, they would publish entire rule sets. That is how they get in. You kind of even see strategic simulations. Now, one of the big things here is, if we see right here, Better Games. Better Games is Ramen, what's his fucking name? Let's click on Treasure of the Dragon, because it's going to show up. Hilmer. It's Ramen Hilmer's company, effectively. How much of that is there? It's hard to say. If you look at the story, this is the original. This is the old school one. Freestyle roleplay. We ask you the best ideas put forth, and you're going to play the game you want to play. Freestyle roleplay is their main thing. They say, here is a bunch of things. Do whatever the fuck you want. Because that's your thing. And yes, finally, we were just frustrated by all the problems and the odd reality, the tedium associated with your other favorite role-playing game. Oh yeah, they did a lot of stuff back in the day. Yes, these guys most of the time are making fun of D&D. I don't think it's quite possible to really underestimate the amount of shitpost tier writing in this. Of how much these guys were the original shit posters on TG. All I'm saying is this is, if you could, like, these guys, I love them. Truly art pieces. Now, you kind of see some of these and you're like, okay, well, Space Gamer Straight, Back to History, Editorial Rise, card games. What games do they have? We go over here, this is all the games they have, but these aren't actually everything. They also have a part of the Avengers of Justice system. Good guys finish last. Villains finish first. But of course, magazine of freestyle roleplay. Villains finish first. Yep. I don't know whatever happened to this. I can't find anything, but it's here. Oh, yeah, no, it's this is a little bit complicated to move around. Now, unfortunately, you cannot do random sci-fi fantasy temples or sci-fi stations or random castles anymore. All of those are seemingly gone. But we still have legacy links. The white box D&D, just vanilla rules. You want to buy, they literally just link OD&D. Here's Iron Falcon. Never heard of Iron Falcon before. And like, here's just a bunch of random ass rules. Like, yeah, this is what we do. I'm like, okay. All right. Okay. I'm like, what are these all about? Now, I don't know if you can see this. I'm pretty sure you cannot. This did open up a tarot deck. I just want you to know this opened up an independent window of a tarot deck. And let me see if I can. Yeah, as you can see here, this is the independent tarot deck that, yes, you can just draw from. I want to shuffle the cards, This is just here. We also have the E10 deck, otherwise known as the Era 10 deck, that is also freely available right here in case you want to play Era 10. Notepad, I'm getting scared and worried. Yeah, don't worry, the rest of us are too. Now, what if we go to links? Links we found useful. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Am I being indoctrinated? It was a weird adventure going down this little rabbit hole for these guys. Also, if you're post-world games, board game geek, Dave's Mapper, medieval, old space gamers. Here's Epic Table. Never heard of Epic Table before. I've never heard of this at all before. Dave's Mapper. If you want to make your very own dungeon thing, I remember seeing this eons ago. But if you want to make a dungeon, here you go. It's the dungeon section. It's a bunch of dungeon tables. Let's see. You want to learn how to make a traveler character generator. Yeah, online tarot decks. I think he likes tarot decks. Proper pirate links. Yeah, they literally just link a BBC America thing. They just link that. This is what we're dealing with. This is the artwork that we are... It's impossible to really say of like what we're working with here at the art. Now, the best way to think about it is that their main thing is the freestyle roleplay. Event-driven combat, skill-driven combat. Crimson Cutlass by broad choices. You don't choose a target, you don't roll to hit. Yeah, things get a little bit weird. Combat option, declare what you're doing. Ooh. Now, as you can kind of see here, there's a lot. Space Pirates, USMC at Waterloo, yes. Yes, it is Napoleon Returned. Yeah. Yeah, it's there. Now, you may also be wondering, Notepad, what's that in the corner? Notepad, what's that in the corner? And in case you are wondering, in case you are curious what the thing in the corner is, these absolute lunatics. These absolute lunatics put a dice roller with sounds on the top of their website. And it's a 2d8 one, so you can play their games on their website. That's important. They literally have a way. You can play their entire game. If you have the rule book, you can play it on their website. There's a fucking dice roller. Yes. Now, you may be wondering, okay, this website's 8 million years old. No one ever uses it. There was literally a post yesterday. Like, mind you, it's not active. Don't get me wrong. We're not looking at, it's not like every fucking day. Mostly, and it's also by just a handful of different people. But yeah, here's... Hey, I like this show. Here's that. I'm like, what are we working with here? Like, I feel like I've entered a different world. Bro, what is going on? Because the thing is, what they recommend, also, here's all the useful download and stuff. Be cautious on anything you download from the interwebs. Interwebs. Might be blocked by Excel. Dungeon puzzle generator. Fantasy run. It's a big file. And in case you're wondering, yes, these things are like 100 megabytes of Excel files. Yeah, the Cutlass character sheet, the Outlands character sheets. Barony or Rogue Swords is also one of their other big games. Now, if we look over here, like, this is Rogue Swords. This is kind of your, okay, it's opening up that, okay. Very, very cool. This is kind of like their other main one, Conrad's Fantasy. What does it do? I don't know. Then you have the Era 10 character sheet. Yeah, here's Era 10 if you want to play literally like, budget 40K. Here's everything there. It's right here. And this is really all you need to know about it. And you might be looking at it being like, what the fuck am I looking at? And the answer is, don't worry. I will explain all of it. Yeah. Just, how do you explain this as well as you do? And in case you're wondering, yes, navigating this website is a unique experience. We're not gonna lie. Yeah, here's get ready for all of this. I'll do my best to explain it. Yeah, this is Space Gamer and Better Games, the creators of Crimson Cutlass. Just this guy has turbo dad jokes. You gotta remember, now this is important. Now this game came out in 1979, and let's make a rough assumption that he was 20 when he wrote and published it. That's even, underselling it. This man would be born in 1959. This man is nearly 70 years old, probably. That is an important thing to understand. If he, let's see, what is he doing right now? So if we do 1959 minus 2025, he is 66. And again, this is underselling it. He could be easily in his 70s. Easy. This is not your dad. This is your grandpa. This is grandpa, telling you about the good old days. Let's gonna show you all kids how to play real games. Grandpa, I don't want to play Pirate Adventure anymore. Oh God, all my friends are dead. So, what is this game? What is Crimson Cutlass? 36 minutes in, we finally learn what it is. At its absolute basic, Crimson Cutlass is a pirate game. And I say a pirate game in the most aggressive way possible. Because it says, we want to make a pirate game. I want to do pirate stuff, and when you do pirate stuff, everything in the game says, do pirate shit. But I want to do... You're not doing pirate shit, go away. But I think my character... No, you're doing pirate stuff. I don't want to do pirate stuff. Why are you playing Crimson Cutlass? But... let's get into it. Adventuring to serve God, the King, and to get rich. The first quote in this game. Now, Peary's era of exploration, place need not be Earth. The referee will moderate players to the scenarios in their swashbuckling genre. Will experience the action as gentlemen in the 16th century. A Renaissance idea, Reformation zeal, medieval superstition, and basic human greed shape this playstyle in such a way. Now, when they say, oh, you're going to captain warships firing broadsides, yes. You will. You can just pilot ships. It's very possible. Exploring a new colony, encountering primitive savages that to our gentlemen mock both God and church, to convert or enslave to become the player's options. Yes, the monarchs of the paper world, or an intrigue upon one another, and instruments of policy are the players. They will refer to things very often as paper world or paper characters. Now, we've explained this. This is, again, the 2018 version. Referee sets up players. Generally, as a character, you should be the yo-ho, the pirate's life for me. And we're going to need some help in this, everyone, to explain what's going on. So, we're recruiting Cyrus MacGuffin, the English hero, to assist us. And you might be looking at this and in absolute horror. But I'm going to tell you a secret. Actually, you should be saying, Notepad, where are the numbers? And the answer is there aren't any. Notepad, where are the numbers? Notepad, where's my +2 to interpreter skill? Where's my +2 literacy? You don't have +2 literacy, motherfucker. Notepad says you have X. Because you are literate. You are a spy. You are a swimmer. You are a sailor. That's the beautiful thing. No numbers, no anything. You have it or you don't. So, let's get to it. The biggest thing is your paper self should falter and veer in loyalty. Either stick to a tone, a pious player, be a character in plots. In the plots of Crimson Cutlass. That is the important thing. And also, anyone who is not a player character is a servitor. Why do they call them servitors? I do not know. 40k fans, you've got a king in here. What can I say? First thing we gotta do is make a character. We don't even know how to roll the dice till pretty far in. At its absolute basic, you write your name, maybe a trait or two. They don't do anything. Who are you? Because you have 4 main traits. Those 4 main traits distinguish who you are. You will always choose one trait. Are you dashing? Are you cunning? Are you stout? Are you lordly? What are you? You get 1. And it's not a question of I got a +3 dashing and a +2 cunning. It's you are dashing or you are cunning. Or you are stout. Or you are lordly. Then you roll. And we're going to see, people ask me sometimes, Notepad, why do you put little Doge in the corner as often as you do? Why do you put little Doge in the corner? I put it in there, him in the corner for color. Because, yes, this is the tables. Every table is made in Excel. He purchased Excel. He owns a license to it, and he's going to do it. He's going to use it, including in the $20 book, but we're not going to talk about that. But yes, when you choose your thing, who you are, you have to roll a die. We chose to be dashing. I rolled the die, and I came up also as cunning. Now, if you're cunning, you can't really be lordly or stout. But if you're stout, you'll never be dashing. If you're lordly, you'll never be cunning. Unless you're dashing, in which there's the slight possibility that you will be dashing, lordly, stout, and cunning. You are literally the perfect human being. These, he really wants you to know he paid for Excel. Exactly. Now, anyone else is roughly referred to as servitors. Servitors do not do anything. They are literally background people. They are the soldiers, sailors, and shopkeepers of the world. The only thing that separates a character from a servitor is a name. The second we give John Henry a name, he's no longer a servitor. He becomes a character. He might die instantly. Yeah, but But is that random generic people you will use as sacrifices frequently. Now, it is also very encouraged to have multiple characters throughout a single campaign. Because making a character is pretty easy. You can say, I'm a pirate, but I'm also I'm this person, but I'm also this person and this person. You cannot play them at the same time. Interaction between two characters played by a single person leads to schizophrenic discourse. And conflict with game interest. Yes, schizophrenic discourse. Get ready for some interesting wording. Now, the referee has a lot of authority in this game. Let the referee determine what NPCs do. That is a very important thing to understand. And anything you, the player, you have the ability to do anything you really want, but they always have to do what NPCs do. You cannot say, oh, my man does this. You can't say that. That's not as appropriate. It is, I do this, I order my men to do something, and they do it, kind of thing, Little weird to say. Also, here's the section of, can a woman play Crimson Cutlass? Certainly. Can someone play a female character? Well, I can hear the rumblings now. What a sexist game. Who does the author think he is? Yeah, male-dominated period, to be blunt. Mind you, a number of infamous women commanded, ruled, pirated, and profited. Are these women characters? Of course. Can a player operate a female character? Not as certain. Yeah, there's a very long section about the nature of should you allow women to should you be able to play a character, play a woman? The referee would need to develop a paper rule that eliminated sexism. Male to female relationships will never be neuter. A fop is a fop, and daughters of powerful personages will assume more traditional roles. Besides, pirates think females bring bad luck and make the ship jealous. More random background NPC saying his name gave him a class level, which gave him enough HP to survive. Yes, you might need equipment. Don't worry about it. Literally, they're like, yeah, don't worry about it. You are always assumed to have a sword on you and a brace of pistols. No matter what. You're always assumed to be armed. Oh, well, you can get paid. Well, you get paid in doubloon, a gold coin. Now, doubloons are a month's pay for most commoners. That's pretty good. You might be aristocratic and you begin to play with a purse of coins. What does it do? How many? Enough. Where's it all gone? One thing about Crimson Cutlass is if there is ever a time, telephone, if there is ever a time that you would think that there is bookkeeping, get rid of it. If there's ever something you would think that you would need to slow things down, get rid of it. You do not need it, you do not want it. Many prisoners of the area, they kind of talk to you about, like, okay, what it is, hey. Yeah, when in doubt, the player has pocket change. Enough with that. Well, unless, of course, player grows his character by stating his persona would always be broke. Yeah, patron will likely provide them. It's just like, who cares? You don't need to worry about money. Go on pirate adventures. Pirate adventures, people don't worry about money. And when you do worry about money, you're doing it for a bigger reason. So, again, you got your 4 backgrounds. Now, your primary thing is your primary, trait is effectively kind of your background. If you choose to be dashing, you're a mercenary or soldier of the crown. Okay, okay. If you're cunning, you pretend to be of low birth, spent at sea or in the church. Many are orphans, claim no real homeland. Stout are aristocrats, fat from the good life, and strong from tavern brawls. with relatives and financial ties to the urban wealthy. Lordly tend to be nobles with relatives and landed gentry. Now, so, you can write whatever you feel like it. And then why are you doing it? Well, you gotta do a mission. Then you roll d8 for your initial skills. Now, Cyrus rolled an 8 in this. 3 skills from his background, 2 skills from outside, and 2 extra languages. This is the skill list. Cyrus chose Pistolier, Swimmer, and Fencer. Alright. Then he chose, if I remember correctly, Spy, Interpreter, and what else? What other ones did I pick? Yeah, it was those two. And I, of course, can speak English, my home language, French, Spanish, and I know how to interpret Latin and Russian. Very well-read man. Now, anytime you level up, you can get any of these skills. You just mark whatever it is. The important thing, the most important thing about each of these skills is that if you possess a skill, you can do it. Was that a car alarm? That was my phone. My phone goes ding ding every now and again because my mom is texting me. Now, because I am literate, because I have literacy, I can read and write. Because I am a spy, I can hide myself. Because I can swim, I can swim. Take Swimmer. Just take Swimmer. But no, Pat, I don't need to worry about swim. Take it. You need it. You need it more than you think. That seems strange how little pirate dedicates in TRPGs and TRPG world. But pirates are a pain in the ass. Not gonna lie, because ships. If you do not have something, you can't do it. Can I, can Cyrus MacGuffin sell things? Yes. Is he good at selling things? No. He's not going to be doing anything well. Can he brew potions? No. Can he bribe people? No, not really. Hey, can he ride a horse? He can ride a horse, but not very well compared to others. Can he solicit people? Can he get them to do things? No, not really. Can he rabble-rouse people? No, not really. He can't do these things. Those aren't his skills. He can't do it. It is a very binary yes and no when it comes to skills. But let's do some of the weird skills. Accountant and bookkeeping, manager of records that gain bonuses. Also, this is all important to know. Some editorial comments made by playtesters are added in quotations. This is probably one of the most casually written books I have ever read. I'm not going to lie to you. This is super fucking casual. Well, them die, pointed loud. Honestly, you'd be a better sailor if you had death all around you. Now, accountant, bookkeeper. Selecting this skill, opposed to several others, seems similar. It means character is connected and has partners and contacts in paper world guilds, particularly banking. You don't need it, but grab it for fun or it's change of pace. And you might inherit skills from taking another skill. If you take accountant, bookkeeper, you technically get literacy and merchant. You get 2 free skills by virtue of being an accountant, bookkeeper. So if I take merchant, does that mean I can become an accountant, bookkeeper? No. Apothecary. Now, by accepting this skill for a character, it condemns the person to obsessively seek the potion to turn lead into gold or pursue secretly the fountain of youth. Select a hidden agenda and keep it secret. Wrong game if you believe this will make you Merlin. Okay. Architect shipwright. When ships get trashed, we tend to steal new ones. I've never played this skill. I guess it could work somewhere with some refs. Armor. Now, by including this skill, I can comment on armor during the period. A fully armored knights fighting side by side with tunic-clad arquebusiers. Armor's advantage only while soldier is mounted. It adds weight to the shock value of the charging horse. Protective garb provides no advantage to quickness on foot. Wear it for color between horse engagements, but never place your life on the line behind a shield. Roleplay throws means death, whether armored or not. Armor can ignore adverse penalties in the combat table related to their own weapon breaking or dulling. At least his blades. It's easy enough bone to toss to someone selecting this, shall we admit, less nifty professional ability. Every castle, colony, and army still needs blacksmiths. Having a skill means the character will be kept alive, kept as a slave, rather than outright hung, regardless of atrocity or lost cause. Arquebusier. You know, very casual, you know, like, we'll choose swimmers and brawlers, and bribers, rabble fencers, acrobats. All the skills are really useful. Briber. Effectively be able to bribe people. Now, stop quibbling and trying to turn your skills into something they're not. If you can bribe, you can bribe. If you can't, the game says you can. If you don't like it, go play D&D with the 9-year-old. Yeah, captain, ship's pilot. Crossbowman, go ahead and select the skill and suffer the scorn and laughter of those you game with. I double dog dare you. Be able to use cards and dice. I have many character sheets with the skill, but I don't ever recall using it. Equestrian. Pretty handy, don't forget to negate the defensive bonus. Being able to forge. Gentry husbandman. You could triple or quadruple the fees. It's still difficult just by picking over nearly any other. Yes, these are all skills, like, you know, gunner, gunsmith. I like be a gunner, and ship encounters the title of Master of Guns also has some advantage. You'll survive mutiny, not just joining the winning side, but also having a skill essential to whoever wins the prize. Jugglers, being able to interpret different languages, juggler acrobat, being able to read, being a longbowman. Yes, no, because you are because you have chosen to be a longbowman, you hold the old school logic that the gun is an evil instrument. Yeah. Men at arms. Being a merchant. So little reward in play is money. You don't even need to really know about count the coins. Those are skillful players who are misers, regardless of character role. I love how petty these are. Yes. Some of them are like, yeah, no, this skill fucking sucks. Why is this in here? For hard to detail reasons, I'd rather be the captain than the navigator, not just ego. I just have more fun using that other role's implied options. My feeling is debatable for player to player. Both are fine skills. Being able to be a physician. Being able to pickpocket people. Every time I don't select this skill, I find I need it. Still, I need others more. I need others more until I need to pickpocket. Very high on the hipster scale. I always feel more in character by selecting this option. Yeah, when in doubt, just use pistolier. You know, pistol. Never seem to fail at sometimes the mission. We say to ourselves, it'd be really nice to have a sapper now. Oddly, someone will say, I'm Prospector Sapper. And we'll all be a little bit grateful and ask why anyone sane would select this. The answer is actually simple. To get pretty useful inherent skill. That is tradesman. Inherent tradesman. Yeah, rabble-rousers. We all tend to be rabble-rouser and neutral NPCs. Handy skill, but admittedly part of the omitted minutia of play. Yes, being able to solicit. Literally, favor having this skill, but I hate when it's overused. I have a game with this one guy. I'm gonna bust his chop. He says one more time. He tries to seduce the guard. Hence the title change. Yeah. Also, here's the slavery skill. Yes. Welcome to the slavery skill. Final note, for campaign purposes, all characters of infidel lands are automatically slavers. This skill, when selected for a character of infidel origins, denotes a notorious slaver without regard for human life. In his eyes, everybody is somebody's property. Yet, that said, I dislike it when players choose overly graphic ways to simulate their action. It's a skill which has often caused conflict between players, even if this mock anger among friends. We all tend to cheer when the slaver of the group dies. Being able to impersonate people. Being able to swim. Yes, swim is one of the most important things you can pick. Because when it says you do not veteran players should make new players right, experienced at drowning on their character skills is a reminder of what they lack. Because if you do not know how to swim, if you fall in water, you will die. You are just dead. You're fucked. Needed to build a small survival shelter once, but then had to fight off my friends who wished not to freeze. So, good evening. That is... It's a very bizarre thing. Just looking at it and you're like, I get it. I understand. It's extremely petty. It's extremely like, yeah, no, we've been playing this game for literal years. This is my 1, 2, 3. I know this. This is my life. You might also say, hey, wait a second, what are swaggering techniques? We'll get to swaggering techniques. How do you level up? Because to increase levels is the ultimate goal of play. What you need to do is ignoble deeds. What's an ignoble deed? So, let's say, for example, I, Cyrus MacGuffin, undertake a sea voyage. Well, that's pretty cool. Let's say I steal a bunch of treasure. Okay, that works. Let's see. I fight some people in a duel. Participate in a land battle. You know, going into a land battle. Personal risk and audacity. You'll throw myself out there. Use my skills very well. Personal growth. I make some friends. Make some enemies. Make some cool stories. And I also have fights at sea. If I do all of this, I do all of these things, independently as well. You might do something that counts for 3, you only get to pick 1. I advance to level 1. Yes, you do begin at level 0. And as level 0, you kind of suck, not gonna lie. Cyrus MacGuffin. Cyrus MacGuffin sounds like he knows Guybrush Threepwood. I'll have you know that I almost made Guybrush because you can literally play Guybrush in this game, by the way. That's very important to know. But yeah, if you manage to do all of these ignobles, you level up once. Now, mind you, can you say, okay, I've done multiple sea voyages up to 6 or whatever, do I get to, mark those off? No, you have to complete all your ignobles, then you go to the next one, then the next one, then the next one, then the next one, then the next one. Your character is extremely fragile in that regard. Every time you do level up, this is important, every time you level up, you get to choose a new skill. technically, you can, buy, in theory, in perfect theory, you could level up infinitely. You can go as high as level as you want and just infinitely level up. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Because by the time you hit like 6, the things you are doing are far larger than just like go on a boat and travel around. It's, oh, go to the new world. Hey, loot fabulous treasure or something there. Engage with an armada with your own or whatever. Fight someone who is, equal on par with you, equally dangerous, and things like that. Like, that's kind of the idea. You are gradually making this harder and harder and harder on yourself. Does this mean that if a GM never wants you to ever level up, he will just not have you do things? Yes. Technically, if you do not go out of your way to go to a military battle, it is very important, by the way, you will never cross conflict of arms. If you never go out of your way to make friends, you will never, check personal growth. You never, go for a, I don't know, display your skills correctly or whatever. You won't level up at all. It's very unique, we'll say. We'll call it unique and be done with it. Man, Pirates of the Caribbean would be a great World of Darkness setting. How realistic is the setting? Is it closer to being realistic maritime piracy game, or is it more like Pirates of the Caribbean? It's adventures in that era with the veneer of swashbucklery. That makes sense. It's swashbuckling adventures, realistically, with that adventure movie flair, if that makes sense. Not a lot, not full-on Pirates of the Caribbean. Not like, okay, there's clearly fucking magic and, crazy shit going on. It's a dime novel. I think that's the best way to think about it. It's dime novel pirates. You'd still die in like 2 hits, though. I.e., you die Master and Commander. You can play a game of Master and Commander in this very easily, yes. Yeah, they purposely overlap. Now, as you can kind of see, hey, it's up to the ref to really determine a lot of these things. Oh, hey, gold doesn't matter, but what do you want to do? Make a shit ton of money. Do things to make money. What does that mean? Well, I think we should capture prize ships. Well, that sounds pretty good. Hey, I want to loot the ancient Incan temple or whatever. Okay, that sounds good. We want to loot this. Okay, sounds good to me. Do things at sea. Fucking fight people. Board ships. Perform a mutiny. When in doubt, just get into fights. This is probably the hardest one, because it is literally saying, okay, go off of your cool boat and do things. Yeah, the tactics must be pike and shot. Yeah. Yeah, you have to do these huge, gigantic battles, and it is a pain in the ass. Do things, you grow. And yeah, there's a lot of these. Did you know I once served with Captain Kidd? Yeah, welcome to the first piece of actual artwork in the book. Now, every time you roll, every time you level up, you get a bonus skill. Yay! Bonus skill. Each even number adds a new language was listed understood. I like new bonus skills. Oh, cool. You get 1 every level, then you hit level 5 and 6, you get 2 new ones. Buccaneers and Swashbucklers, you are literally almost full up on all of the possible skills you can do. But then you have make rolls per scenario. Make rolls are a little bit odd, but we'll explain it. Being a swashbuckler is being the best of the best. As if we're using Pirates of the Caribbean as an example, fucking what's his name? Why does it remind me of Sid Meier's Pirates? Yeah, Jack Sparrow. Ah, fuck, no, it's Will Turner. Yeah, if we're citing a character like Will Turner, Will starts as a landlubber, quickly rises to become a swashbuckler. If you look at the first three movies, otherwise known as the only good ones, he starts at level 0 and goes all the way to swashbuckler. That is his adventure, you could say. Now, I've only seen one swashbuckler in all my many years of playing, and I'm rather liberal when it comes to advancement. Own brutal limits. Bottom line, go above swashbuckler, you have to fight another swashbuckler team. The next personal duel's ignoble. Every buccaneer. Yeah, it's kind of like once you hit this tier, Corsair to Buccaneer level, you're officially hit your cracked legend. Like, you can probably make the idea that, like, Jack is, like, right here at the start of the movies, and he eventually goes up, like, Buccaneer level. Because he just doesn't do things. Swashbuckler is a legendary pirate, yeah. Swashbuckler is your Blackbeards, your, even, like, the super famous ones. Those are your swashbucklers. But then you have make rolls. What is a make roll? So, what happens is with each experience level, you pretty much get these special little points called make rolls. Anytime you do anything that would require a check, you say, nuh-uh, it succeeds. What do you mean by that? Damn, I didn't succeed. No, I do. What do you mean? Yes, I win. You can literally use it whenever you want. However, in a battle, one player could use it. Only one player could use one make roll. Which is very funny in a way. And now, what does this mean? It literally means you can pull off an insane feat about once per combat. And only one person can. So if someone burns it early, you might be having a bad time. So, the big thing there is, because you effectively have a bunch of freebies, higher level characters are able to pull off more impressive feats that should be almost impossible. Like, well, this will never succeed. It's a 16 to do this. Yeah, however, make roll, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna swing from the chandelier and kick this guy in the face because I want to do that. Now, mind you, you can't modify other people's dice or attempt multitask outcomes with it. If you want to say, well, I want to jump out of the prison tower and run out the front gate, you can, the first jump out of the prison tower is, okay, I want to make a make roll to automatically succeed. You still need to run out the gate. Like, you still need to make a check for that. That's difficult, unless you spend another make roll. If you can't swim, if you still need to make things that are impossible. You can't make something like that just happen. What does that mean? If you do not have the swimming skill, you cannot swim, no matter how many make rolls you have. Yeah, that. Hello, fellow Russian friend. More. Thank God we have a Russian here to translate for us. A very old game from 1979. This is a very strange book, and this is the 2018 redo of it. This is a re-release of the game, effectively. All 1,500 pages of it. What was with you and attracting Russians? It should be known, Lubu, that across this world, there are places what I would like to refer to as loci of autism. Like autism loci. And the loci of autism was like there's one firmly in like Russia and like the just Eastern Europe in general. Hence why you get really weird shit coming out of there. That's really interesting. We do have plenty of Eastern Europeans in the server, fun fact. Latin America, a lot of that there. Usually the other major loci of autism can sometimes be directed at certain places in Europe. Because it's about 8 people and 3 people that make games and books that are attracted to a lot of Russians for some reason. Yeah, like, some places are just built different, built wrong. Autist loci. Again, it's, misery attracts company. And again, we are, really should be in the server more. Built wrong. Built correctly, I think you mean. So, the big thing will apply dice roll difficulties to perform actions and deeds. Now, these are, shall we say a must do. You must make a roll at least 6 on 2d8 to climb the anchor line to the ship. Now, this is the task resolution system. Anytime you need to make a check, you're going to take 2d8, roll, and read the result. Remember, you will never add really anything unless your skill comes up for it. Usually you will be reducing the difficulty or increasing the difficulty, not augmenting your dice. Now, we're going to play a game, everybody. We're going to play a little game. And this is a game that I like. Do you see what's a little odd here? Can someone tell me what looks a little weird here? I should. Yep, there we go. Oh, look at the numbers. Really look at the numbers. Do you see the weird thing about them? I'll give y'all one more second. I believe in you. Delicious coffee. So, yes, shiver me timbers, me legs. The difficulties do get easier as you level up. However, 7 to 12, 14, 16. The jump goes to 5 to 2, 5 to 3, 3 to 5, 2 to 5. Yeah, there's really no consistency in like how things ramp up across any of them. This is an OSR. This is a new edition. This is the 2018 omnibus of all of the books published for the game at once. If you look down there, this is 1,500 pages. This book is 1,500 pages long. Omnibus. Yeah, omnibus. That's how you say it. Omnibus. Omnibus. Are you saying omnibus? Yeah, omnibus. That's what... That is what I've been... Omnibus. No, omnibus sounds like fucking like a shitpost Omni-Man when that's a bus. Omni-Man jumps out of the omnibus. That doesn't sound right. Omnibus. Yeah, I'm putting an extra M in there somewhere. Omnibus. You know, it's the fucking, you know, shitpost vehicle. It's just a horribly stretched thing. Yeah, it just sounds like a horribly stretched, you know, fucking PNG of the Fortnite battle bus with Omni-Man skin over it. Like, god fucking... Say it's sounding like a broom in Harry Potter. Quick, lad, to the omnibus! Again, you get it! The omnibus sounds like what Miss fucking Frizzle gets in! Omnibus... No! Do I have to draw the omnibus for you? Hey, Miss Frizzle is a world-renowned terrorist and teacher. Oh man. See, I think we all, again, growing up, we wanted to be Miss, you know, we wanted to be Miss Frizzle. When you grow up, you realize Arnold was correct. You emphasize the I too hard. What am I supposed to say? Ombus? Ombus? Hello, would you like market in the omnibus? Toot toot! Onimbus. Is that what it is? Onimbus? Okay, I'm gonna refer to it now just as the Onimbus now. Okay, the Onibus. Onibus, as one might say. Pronounce the I like you would the funny gamer word. Omningus? Omnibus? Omnibus? Spartan, this isn't... Like, Spartan, I'm trying to say it like Bazinga, and it's not working. That's good. Just call it Compendium. Onabushi Watochi. Again, this is called being you get your sick kicks, isn't it? Again, I mispronounce like one word and people lose their fucking minds. I put in the word adroit because that's the only one I could think of. You people give me shit constantly. So I reject it. You're getting my fucked up way of speaking. One word a minute. Another word that I jumped down your throat for. Spartan, not here. We can't say that here. This is a public server. We're a good Christian family, and you already took me legs. Shiver me timbers, me legs are gone. Shiver me timbers. Again, you always gotta remember, if... Again, authentic, like, shitpost pirate, it's just Mr. Krabs. Just, anytime you need to do a shitpost pirate voice, just do it in Mr. Krabs. Shiver me timbers, me boy! SpongeBob! Where's me Krabby Patties? People are gonna be really confused when they're watching the video for this and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? The fucking word. Shiver me timber, shiver me nimbus. Maybe I should call it that, the shiver me nimbus. Can you play as a pirate with max combat skills? You will learn that max combat skills literally mean nothing. Ahoy, SpongeBob, me boy! I'm taking 16 mg of fentanyl and I'm going to die! See, the problem is... The problem is there. It would have to be the authentic Mr. Krabs experience on taking ketamine. Come on. Come on, Jaeger. We all know Mr. Krabs a ketamine addict. He made a video game based on it, based on his life story. But, as we were saying, you literally roll 2d8 and just consult this. Very weird degree of difficulty. Very strange way. But yes, this is a full compilation of everything. This is the core system. We were on page 54, 1500, and we have learned how to roll the dice. So, now we go to seafaring, and they're going to tell you a lot about how seafaring works, and various kinds of ships. Yes, you can say, I want a 2-deck galleon, I want a 5-deck galleon, I want a medium caravel, or a galleass. Ooh, boy. Do you want a 4-deck galleon? Well, you're going to need 50 crew members and only going to have a speed factor of 2. This is very important, by the way. However, important thing to note, you're going to need a lot of people to do things. The big idea is your speed factor kind of indicates how fast you can actually go. This is nautical miles a day. At slowest, you're going like 25. Technically, you can reach 0 speed factor, which means you travel 10. That is fucking nothing. They kind of recommend like a standard ship should be about, you know, galleass, maybe a caravel if you're feeling kind of spicy about things. Now, if you see something like the caravel here, what's that D4 standing for? Well, that D4, what that actually means is literally wear and tear on your caravel. Barnacles and all that shit. So if I have a light caravel, what I would do is I would roll a D4, and then add it to whatever my speed factor is. So I rolled a 3 there. I rolled pretty bad. Actually, no, I rolled 3 on my D8, so that would be 2. I have a speed factor of 6, but it could be a speed factor of 8. It could be one of the fastest ships in the... one of the fastest ships there. However, it's not. Because I have no... because we have barnacles in our ship. Barnacles, me boy! Give me a mana war to make everyone else lose their legs. Yeah. Now, hello, tiny penis man. I don't know if you guys can hear the deafening roar of I think every man here with a tic-tac dick driving by. I think they're moving heavy equipment in. She's a beauty front reinforced dock works. That'd be a perk for drunk piloting. We have people with extremely loud ass cars around us, and they like to drive on our street. He's good at ignoring micro penis. Unfortunately for the rest of us, I have to hear it, and I get concerned. Yeah, so... Unmoored vessel with damaged sails will drift at 0 speed level with prevailing direction of the wind. When I said this game was pretty rules light, I'm not lying. It's very easy to understand this game. You can probably fit the entire game on about 2 pages. It's everything else that gets a little autistic. Now, many things are going to actually slow you down, because this is a ship. Any spell at greater speed may tow one another. If I have a boat of sail speed 1 and you are going at 0, I can tow you. Yeah, you can link them together in a daisy chain fashion. Yeah. Speed of 4 can tow as many as 3 vessels. And as whose arrangement is 1. Then you'll combine to tow a single ship. Don't worry about offloading cargo. Anchored ships can't tow people, but don't worry about ships' boats. They are very important, though. They bob like a small cork, though. Or galleons. How many gun decks are in the vessel's construction? Galleons holds one gun deck besides the one rower's deck. Each gun deck holds roughly 10 large cannons and 10 swivel guns. Yes, you will need to make sure you know how many large cannons you have. Now, this is important because when you hit the kill everything button, you're going to be drawing some cards. Now, how many actual cannons depends on some pocketbook. Large cannon will roughly cost 200 doubloons and a small little swivel about 10. I'm going to tell you a secret, though. I'm going to tell you all a secret about how to get cannons. Steal them. Yar! Yar! We need cannons! Where are we going to get them? Steal them. Shiver me timbers, get to their fucking boat, stab them to death, steal their cannons. They're now your cannons. I know, brilliant 10 plus, 250 plus IQ moves of just stealing other people's shit. Now, you can overgun and get additional barrages. Now, you can... There's ways that you can say, like, oh, it's like, how difficult it is to actually acquire a ship. It's fucking difficult to buy a new ship, by the way. You're probably not getting a new ship. I have never bought a ship in gameplay. I've seen it done as reward for a job well done. I don't see someone going to a dockmaster with a chest of gold, pointing at a warship and saying, mine. Because for overstating or overstepping his authority, yet refer to the following if you want to... Yeah. They're like, yeah, if you feel like knowing this, this is how you find it. Hey, you want to do that? Hey, you want I want to buy, you want a 200-ton fucking boat. That's going to cost a shit ton of money. However, you have the concept of chartered ships and writs of privateer. Yes, piracy is illegal. Chartered ships are not, though. Privateers are not. However, I actually had to look this up about the why he keeps spelling things with a Y. Now, this is an important thing to note about the concept of pirate, P-Y-R-A-T-E. It's literally just an obsolete spelling of pirate from ye olden days. That's literally all that it is. Yeah, shunned by all governments. Punishment is death. Now, what you can do is, if you capture an enemy ship, just fucking sell it. You can sell it for about equal cost. You want to know how you make a fuck ton of money? You take ships and you pawn them off. You pawn them off. And you sell it. We're making bank. Woo! Now, one thing about it as well is saying, hey, we're just going to steal all cargoes and booty. Yeah, that's what you should be doing. If you're a pirate, literally take ships, steal all their shit, send them on their way. Or take their ship, and it's now your ship. Should you be thinking Sid Meier's Pirates in this? Yes, you can buy a new ship, but that's expensive and difficult. What if I just stole one? What if I just stole a better ship? Ever thought about that, huh? Ever thought about that? One's the character, you steal someone's ship and then inheriting their debt, and people that you now owe money don't believe that you aren't the person that took out the loan. Honest to God, that could be a fun story if you have the forger skill. If you have the forgery skill, be like, aha, I have stolen this man's identity. Honestly, what I do is take the ships I like and fill them with men and attack settlements. You can do that in this game. Yeah, leaving vessels to return home, fill again with more plunder. Now, economics in the paper world function through the use of debts. What does this actually mean? Don't worry about the nature of you don't need to count every penny. That is not important. Do you need to actually worry about paying people? No. Do you need to worry about equipment costs? Usually not. Unless you really need to buy what you need, it's not important. The fuck is outside? Now, I wanna hire actual. What the fuck is going on out there? Professional soldiers, you need to pay them though. There's a lot more. You can get free sailors. How do you get free sailors? You're right, just press gang them. When in doubt, just is this game a sandbox? Yeah, it's the best way to kind of think of this game is this is an adventure-based sandbox. The players say, we want to make a bunch of money. Okay, how do you want to make a bunch of money? I think we should rob a bank. Okay, cool. But that seems dangerous, so let's rob a Spanish treasure ship. Okay, cool. You need a boat for that, so get a boat, and then you go out there, you steal and rob the Spanish treasure ships, and you come back with a shit ton of money. The players are deciding to do something, and adventure is built around them trying something. Oh yeah, they explain things like that. I mean, yeah, I know you can get paid. Now, this is, skilled servitor, requirement of officer ranked through the following system. Commander of the ship, the commander, followed by ship masters, respected by the loathsome ship's garrison soldiers. Literally no ranks or rights. Now, they do talk about, what does everyone do? Oh, well, you are, as you need captain, pilot, and navigator, or best, but you don't really need it. You might literally just be someone who's you rule things. Limited only by the ship's article, like pirate laws. What are the ship masters? The ship masters do things. Master soldiers make sure you have people ready to board and fight. The master of sails makes sure that the entire thing is actually working. Master of arms. Now, yeah, you're they kind of give examples of okay, what do you want to do? You're oh, hey, 12 officers total. If the referee scenario is will not use the sea as a setting, they do not detain play by dividing out command and duty. Yeah, you could play this game without any pirate stuff going on. Yeah. Now, the big idea is servitors are people doing things. How many did we lose? Doesn't really matter. NPCs and crews add great color and entertainment. These grumblers are overly vocal soldiers, sailors, tradesmen that complain about food, leadership, and omens of homesickness. Yeah. And remember, increased ability of character status by gaining a name, reputation. Now, we have the concept of soldiery. Get ready for a weirdly detailed concept about the concept of major colonels and marshals. Effectively, majors control companies, colonels control regiments, marshals control armies. Now, usually it's 50 horsemen to 500 assorted and loosely structured commoners. Now, generally speaking, the idea is you are trying to move things around, if that thing. You're trying to make sure that you're at the best you can be. So a major is only going to be controlling a single company. A colonel has to be doing 4 to 16. If a colonel ends up with only 3 companies, he is no longer a colonel. He has to reorganize everyone into 4 companies, or he loses command. The marshal with only 1 regiment will need to divide it, become an actual thing, or he just becomes a colonel. It's a very weird, very specific system. Because what it's effectively doing is you need to actually leading and doing officers and all that. It is a very difficult job as you are trying to manage different company level troops and soldiers and things. It's a pain in the ass. But you can also say, oh yeah, no, I have literally hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers, thousands even. I have dozens of regiments. I am ready to. I have a fucking army, and you can also just fail horribly. Mostly because most companies of men are authorized under crown under a charter. Non-charter company can garrison to loot for their salary, but risk attack. Effectively, you could just be a horrible human being. Just do things. You need a garrison somewhere. How do you garrison? Most things are at the company level. When you first start off, you might build up an army or something similar to that. Again, how big is a fortress? Yeah, you can build a huge fucking fortress. When in doubt, just get man. Get a shit ton of men to build fortresses for you. Yeah, hey, when in doubt, fucking loot it. 500 points will be worth 1,250 doubloons. Roughly a fourth of the cost of construction. 1,250 doubloons by just sacking a fort. That's a lot of money. Yeah, hey, sack everything, you get ignobles, fill your purses, and everyone else eats good. It's great. Yeah, several companies, and then demand loyalty of the majors. Once you've demanded loyalty of the majors, regiments are composed of different things. You will need a rabble-rouser. Someone needs the rabble-rouser skill. When in doubt, just take the rabble-rouser skill. It's never a bad thing to have. You could play an entire game of this. If you can play an entire game of this, which is effectively just 1600s, war mercenary, Swiss mercenary simulator. You can just do that, and the game just says, yeah, okay, whatever. What do you? I don't fucking care. Yeah. Once you actually realize how simple a lot of this is, you'll quickly realize. Now, when you get the idea of I want to sack over, I want to sack, a fort and stuff, and one of the weird things, one of the weirder mechanics is when you're doing here for your ignobles, you can only get 1 really per action being committed. So if you take over a fort, you might get at best 3, which will probably be conflicted arms, and if you duel someone, and maybe you can get treasure off of it, maybe. But if you're I want to duel someone, if you're dueling someone, you can't, and you win pretty well, you can mark personal risk, display of skills, savoir-faire, fame, notoriety, maybe personal growth, or individual fighting, or whatever. You can mark 1 of them for a duel. 1 action, 1 ignoble. Now, you will need an accountant, Enemies are good for growth ignobles. you can really only have one marshal. Was to conquer a state or city-state and become a ruler, he will most likely need to do so as a colonel, facing superiors and opposing armies of several regiments. Yeah, so... yeah, it's like, oh, how do you do this? Like, yeah, when in doubt, just become a pirate king. It's a lot easier. Yeah, free companies of... hey, free companies exist. They usually are larger things. Yeah, here's all the unit classes. Here's the morale grades. These are all very important. In case you were wondering, yes. The concept of a cavalry company. And yes, you will be needing to double check. Various infantry, the medieval block. Yeah, the Renaissance block, hey, a full-on Terrico, Tercio, I believe, Tercio. Yeah, when in doubt, pike and shot is your best friend. You will do pike and shot. He has a pistol, so he can't stay next to him. What the devil is this arbitrary? What a company has a maximum number of soldiers? Good question. Why can't I have 300 men standing to protect my precious 40-pound guns? Why are these things here? Private armor start across the sea. Sailing up to the North Sentinel Island and trying to establish myself as a pirate deity. Tericos, let me see if I can what was the actual, like, pronunciate? Trejo? Let me see if I can remember how to pronounce it. Let's see. Pronunciation. Pronouncinations.com. Tercio. There you go. It's Tercio. You need to find what who's who on the ship. The captain, first mate, specifically players get orders from who. They do. And they mostly say you should be doing that. There's a lot of it when it comes up here. Like who's the master of guns, master of arms, commander, supreme. A lot of this, they do detail all of this, and these are fairly important, by the way. That is a thing. The master of guns, there will be many masters of guns. Depending on if you are in a fucking galleon. But yeah, like, these do go for quite a bit of things. Yeah, battles by any engagement, company versus company. A lot of company both delivers and receives casualties. Yeah, no, it's elite grade soldiers are elite rebel connected. Yeah, line, conscript, travel times over lands. I gotta tell you, how to do that. Generally speaking, there only is 4. There's 4 seasons. You don't really need to keep track of time or years or whatever. There's planting, campaigning, harvesting, and weathering. Now there are special climates though. Oh, hey, if you're down south, things will change. So it might be sweltering heat, planting, harvesting, campaigning. Or you might literally just say, hey, this is just campaigning, because it's a perfect time of the year to just start killing each other. Now, the King's Month versus Church's official calendar took Pope Gregory to standardize our own passage of time. Telling independently moving foreign force when to join the combined battle can become a translation nightmare. Yeah. Gold equals men. The pay box must be maintained and guarded. Well, control, yeah. The prevalent attitude. How is it that my problem that you were never paid? How is it that my problem that you were never paid? Be a dick. Because if you're a dick, that effectively means you don't have to pay people. Yeah, our cost expense of fees per man. Monarchs of the air, especially clueless. How do you actually do things? Resignation made many lives hatred of their military roles. We gotta take the baggage train. Hey, how does a king finance a war? Loans, taxes, appeals to donations, and confiscation of property. You literally just need to make money. Yeah, hey, forage. What happens when the company's not paid for supplies? They will probably die. Yeah, technically, majors, colonels, and marshals don't receive a salary. They literally just extort their men. Fun fact. Is there any sort of end game for your character besides death? Not really. Like, the end game is really determined by you. I want to be. I'm a lordly person, and I want to make a shit ton of money and establish my own I want to establish my own super fort in Florida. Okay, cool. You just do that. Hey, I want to become a privateer for Britain, become famous. Cool. I've become wildly famous, and I'm going to use my newfound fame to marry a princess or something. I don't fucking know. It's again very open ended. It's just saying, what do you want to do? Well, what does your character want to do? Well, I want to do this. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are none per se, but you do have a numerical number of servitors helping you out in your cause. There are no hit points. We'll get to why that's very interesting. Before concluding this section, two figures of historic importance need to be discussed. Gustavus and Wallenstein, both were marshals in the 30 Years' War, and typify a character in regards. Gustavus, codification of regulation, increased use of musketeers, standardized caliber artillery, standardized arms of cavalry troops, set a code of conduct for treating prisoners, highly religious motivators, stress mobility of force, recognized benefits of magazines. Now, for those who don't know, a magazine in this time was not what we would consider like what a mag is. They were literally like places across the country or the battlefield or something that had supplies in them. You would, oh, they blew the magazine. They blew all our ammo up. Fuck. These were like locations. Be like, yeah, hey, we want to have places that we can establish and have supply lines. Then you have Wallenstein. Instead he's paragon for all character marshals. Turned war into a money-making scheme. He controlled companies and regiments that he loaned to causes. He was also munitions factories, uniform makers, and ration centers. He was a businessman who left the killing and dying to others. Win or lose, Wallenstein made money. Wallenstein could march about peacetime, exciting recruits to join, provoking any disputes into battle. Wallenstein died by assassination. Yeah, that's kind of the idea what you have to be thinking about. Being like, yeah, it's not difficult to lead armies. I'm not a general. How should I know what to do? Nonsense. You know how to how to run an army. It's not complicated. The problem is, you don't need to worry about the high details of it. You need to worry about how the fuck you're getting there. Just select options, set the goal. Anyone can command like this. However, why are you doing this? How are you doing this? And how can you make money off of it? Be Wallenstein. Gustavus means anyone can be a general. Wallenstein says how you make money off of it. Think about it like that. So, we have finally made it to personal duel. I'm using war as a business to make myself fucking rich. Gotta break a few eggs. We're making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Oh my god. Marshall Armstrong, what are you doing, you fucking lunatic? So, we have finally reached a point of personal dueling. Yes, we are on page 89. What is a personal duel? This is, we're fighting each other. Oh shit. Swords are drawn, everything is going to hell. Now, the big thing is, how many people really engage at once? Maneuvering to find a moment to strike is part of, is part of the duel's unscripted, unseen elements. You don't need to know how you're moving or anything like that. You don't even know what equipment you have. All you know, you have swords, you have some pistols. Go for it. Now, even the sides is both fair and fun. Yeah, again, roughly speaking, everyone's about even. Everyone should have, 3v1, the 3 are going to win pretty easily. So, you will have unnamed servitors, though, effectively cannon fodder. Now, what I'm going to do is I have to get a very special deck of cards out, and just to make you there, because we're going to need a deck of cards here. I'm going to set this up a little bit. Gotta make sure everything is good and righteous out here. It turns out shuffling these comically oversized cards are a bit of a pain in my ass. So I'm going to do that. My gigantic. Let's put you over there. And I specifically had these cards for this reason. So, very generally speaking, everything is generated via a tarot deck. Yes, you will need a tarot deck to play this game. And the big thing is, the deck is only reshuffled when the Wheel of Fortune card is drawn. What events are happening are entirely based on the deck itself. I've got my tarot cards here. I've got the official Game of Thrones HBO tarot card deck I found randomly on a table in my old apartment, and nobody claimed for like 2 days, so I took it. Are they official Game of Thrones tarot cards? Yes, they are. What does that mean? It means that all the artwork is tarot cards, and that's all you really need to know. It's Game of Thrones art. They're a pain in the ass to shuffle because they're fucking tarot cards, and they don't shuffle very well because whoever had them before me bent the shit out of them, I think. So they're all kind of weird and bendy in places they shouldn't be bendy. So, got my deck here. Oh man. Did you steal those from your mother? No, actually, thank you very much. I only have my mom has a lot of sets of tarot cards. My mom loves tarot cards, by the way. That is her thing. This is my personal deck that I use in case I ever want to do tarot card things where I have to do a game like this. So, the best thing to think about is anytime you draw a major arcana, you are effectively changing the nature of the deck. Something is going wrong. Hey, something's happening, something's going on. Preemptive attacks, preemptive duels, something is happening. So, must state is exact. I quickly pull a pistol and fire. I dive out the window. That's a success chance based on generic success chance table for skills and actions. If you succeed, you get initiative. If you don't get initiative. That's the best way to think about it. Now, most everything else is the event. You're going to be doing event generating through your tarot deck. You can do PvP duels. Don't think about it. Do it. So, initiative is optional. You can't just go around. The big thing is, so I'm going to do my we're going to kind of zoom through this because this is not. It looks really detailed. It's really not. So, oh hello. Big things to know. You're going to flip your card. And that card is going to tell you what's going on, what's happening, and what's going, like, what is the thing. Let's say, for example, I draw a Ace of Cups. Now, I draw on the Ace of Cups. That's going to be doing something. I have to determine who my victim is. It starts from the lowest priority target, whoever is the weakest. Is it a servitor? It might be a low-level character. Doesn't matter. You do not hit the swashbuckler until you go through all of his goons, unless you have a special ability to do such. And effectively, everyone's drawing these. A bunch of people might go down in one round of combat. Maybe a bunch of people you don't intend on it. Not simultaneous, it's happening all at once. Yes, you do not pick. Yeah, you don't pick your targets or anything like that. You just draw and see what the fuck happens, and resolve effectively as it goes. So, I don't tell you how I attack and with what weapon. No. Are there more weapons? Not really. You are not telling me I attack the guard with my sword. You are saying, I drew the Ace of Cups. What happens? You're saying, hey, I have the Five of Swords. What happens? That is effectively how that functions. But we're going to be using the Ace of Cups right now. As a player character, you choose what you want to do. Do you want to be brash? Do you want to be calculated, defensive, or irregular? Irregular is seldom being cool. Do not choose being irregular. It is dumb. Don't do it. It is the worst idea you can physically have. Why is it a bad idea? Because it's awful. Now, because you've chosen this, you have to make a choice. Now, you could end up in a situation where you have an inverted card. Let's say I've got the inverted Five of Swords here. That means it's a Bane. Something bad has happened. Something really awful has occurred. This is not fun. Who's feeling lucky? But I'm going to we're going to reshuffle this. I'm going to explain to you all how this works. So, let's say we've got 5 goons on both sides. We're going to use the no names versus no names. My servitors versus your servitors. So, we're going to do this live on air. So, we're going to have Billy. We're going to have Billy, Johnny, Charlie, Pogo, and I don't know, Horace, versus Thug 1, Thug 2, Thug 3, Thug 4, Thug 5. Alright, because we have 5 servitors, we're going to be drawing 5 cards. Not a great start. Not a great start. Better start. Not a great start. And alright, so we've drawn. First things first. Inverted King of Swords. What does that mean? Billy, as you kind of see right here, Billy runs off. Billy's out of the fight. Billy runs away. He's a coward. We drew the Fool. Fool does nothing. Nothing happens. 5 of Spears, which is rods in this case. It's not inverted. One opposing victim is knocked unconscious. Thug 1 is KO'd. Empress does nothing. And Ace of Spears, which is another non-inverted spear. So our guys knocked out 2 thugs. Good job, team. That is literally their entire round. Yep, that's it. That is just them flailing around to kill one another. 2 guys get knocked out and one of our own run away. That is a no-name versus no-name fight. Not exactly too complicated. Really, the second they do not have any more servitors, the second it's only important characters, your servitors don't do anything anymore. They act as effectively ablative health. Now, however, most NPCs, an NPC doesn't get to choose. Like an NPC character, they aren't going to choose. They're just going to draw. That's why this table is right here. Like, oh, well, it's brash, that. You don't need to worry about that as much. So, basic idea, we've got that. So, we've got a couple winning and losing results, and I'm going to do my best to explain them as we see it. So, I'm going to go down here. Right here. This is the personal duel. A dual lookup table. So, I, Cyrus, am attacking you. So I'm going to draw a card, and I say I'm going to be brash. Because I'm brash, I draw my card and get a 7 of coins. And what's that 7 of coins do? If I look over here, I go down to brash 7, DSP. If I look down at dispatch, so I go 7 brash. 7 brash. Collide with your victim, knocking him to the ground before lunging with your sword. Success, dispatch one opponent. If we do that, I take both of my d8s, I roll, and I rolled an 8 dead on. I do it. I dispatch one of my enemies. This is the event-driven deck. There are, theoretically, a bunch of different options here, but everyone is doing something, though. Kind of see, hey, some of them are dispatched, sometimes people surrender, sometimes you run away, sometimes you escape, or sometimes you just kill someone. You auto-hit. Now, let's say, for example, no, okay, well, we'll not use you, or you, or you. Definitely not you. Nope. Let's say, for example, bad news bears, everyone. I draw an inverted 6 of coins. Inverted. And I look there, inverted coins. I go here. Ooh, X. Ooh, avoid being dispatched with a vicious wound. What does that mean? Well, because if I scroll down to coins, this is a calculated Bane. Because I drew this, I have to look at that Bane chart. I've got a 6. Look at that. Give warning that your enemy has weapons of better quality and longer range. Fail and fall with a vicious wound. They just succeed, so I'm not going down just yet. However, what does a vicious wound do? If you take a wound, you're wounded, and the answer is yes. You have effectively 1 HP. If you get attacked again, you will probably die. Vicious wounds are fucking dangerous. You are going to die. Yeah, fall unconscious for the remainder of the battle. If you get hit once, you're out of the fight effectively. Yeah. Emphasize penalty like loss of a traded permanent status of having character next injury in personal combat results in death. Technically, you can say, oh, well, you just get maimed. However, you do get some other, you do get some other options over here. But yeah, now, the big thing is when you're dealing with attacker level and difficulty rolls. Now, what does that actually mean? Let's say I'm level 2. As a level 2 person, I get to roll once. Okay, I get to roll once and see if I succeed at it. I'm level 5. I get to roll twice and take whatever the best. Level 5 versus a level 2, I get to roll way more often to avoid getting hurt and hurt you. On the other hand, if, let's say, I'm level 0 and you're, I don't know, level 6, that means you're adding a huge bonus to just stop my shit. Everything gets harder to beat you, and everything is a lot easier to hurt me. This sucks. Luckily, because Cyrus MacGuffin is dashing and cunning, he pretty much adds a penalty to everything. It's just difficult to hurt him. Now, there's quite a few of these tables, and we're just gonna let's see what we draw. So let's see, we draw a inverted rod, 9 of rods. Let's go down to inverted coin, inverted sword. So inverted rods. Let's see, a 9. We've got, understand the simple extra of tactical arms for attack, and more importantly, defense. Fail and fall with a vicious wound. Regardless of the result, enemy NPC loses all defensive modifier for all player actions the remainder of the round. Okay. I draw Major Arcana, though. What happens when you draw Major Arcana? Well, you kind of get a double or nothing, you could say. We scroll all the way down here. So, during a personal draw, if you draw a Major Arcana, what's going to happen is that you're going to draw another card and effectively regard the results. You did not draw a good result, but I drew the Hanged Man. I look over here, Hanged Man. Servitor sacrifices his life for the greater good. By doing so, a special situation results. It decides the details, but possibilities include allowing the group to automatically escape, blocking a blow that will in the future strike the character, creating a situation where a character can violate fates and choose the enemy leader as a victim. No servitor event. This event is optional, affects the player, and usually results only in a knockout. That's good. That's going to remain in play, though. But we also drew an 8 of Swords inverse, and you know what that means? We go up here. 8 of Swords inverse. Someone's trying to get in the way. Instead of just letting them out, you pursue, corral them, but perhaps find yourself in your own, even trap. And must select a regular. Next card is treated as inverted. So, if we, for example, draw a, let's say we draw the Tower. What's the Tower do? Oh, we look over here. Tower of Destruction. Spark opponent's ire until the next deck reshuffle. The defensive modifier of the NPC is doubled. Bane results nearly impossible to roll. The card canceled by the Emperor, when picked after, would cancel the Emperor's effect. Now, that is the basics of combat. That is the basics of combat for many things. Everyone is, kind of saying, I want to do this, and then drawing a card and kind of going with what fate has in store for them, you could say. Could be good. It could be really, really bad. Which is weird. Again, this was classic way of doing it way back in 79. Everyone thinks like, oh, I'm really modern using tarot cards. No, you're not. People have been doing this since 79. Now, you do have the option of actually using different dueling methods. What does this mean? Well, these allow you to get bonuses. These are different ways. Rather than saying I want to be brash, I want to be calculated. You can choose to say I want to be gamingly. You have to be level 2 or higher, and already never by someone who has already made attacks by another method. All right. Inverted cups, regular inverted cups. Defensive models added the difficulty below, regardless of fates and number of the enemies in the duel. So, let's say for example, I draw the 2 of cups here. Let's go down to 2 gamingly. Rather than slashing the helpless, pummel him with a quick blow to the midsection upon recovering, block another blow. Optional success, and knock out one enemy. Optional, not success, and knock out one enemy, but fail, and you're the one knocked out. Yep. So, very difficult. We roll, and fucking fail, so we would be KO'd with that. Very difficult. However, let's say, for example, we draw a 3. Lure one opponent into firing shot or lunging at you as you duck and dodge. The damage may just hit someone else. Optional. Success and the enemy with the highest fate and the highest level opponent is dispatched. Still fail if someone gets hurt. Again, this is a very big, I think I'm good at this. So you could fail horribly and a lot of people get hurt. Or you can say, I just want to run away. I drew a 5. Treat the card's event the same whether inverted or not. However, increase the difficulty by 2 for any card which is inverted. So let's say I drew a 5 here. That means confuse an opponent by dropping a suitable distraction, like tossing a handful of coins in the air. Success and escape battle. Regardless, enemy NPCs no longer gain defensive modifier for the remainder of this action. Like obligatory purse of coins. Yep. Pretty good. Or just go bloody reckless. Just say fuck it. If someone's way stronger than you, go berserk. Throw yourself at the problem. Why? Because I'm going to draw and get a Queen of Cups, which means grab a comrade and force him into the leader, using the weight of both men to topple the pile. Success and dispatch the most formidable opponent. Regardless, what other player character on your side falls with a vicious wound. Yes, this is something you can just draw, and you can literally say, "Nuh-uh, sorry, I'm gonna throw my friend into the fucking, grinder a little bit and have him die." Pretty useful though, right? Or you can be strategery. Yeah. And if you're doing some strategery, say, hey, something might be actually useful. You're trying to do something useful. However, let's say I drew a 10 in a strategy event. Let's see. Stencil repeatedly fired to disorder the opposing coordination of attack. Success and all opposing servitors are defeated. They may not be slain. They do not need to be vanquished by anyone's actions. Regardless, player may not select strategy again in this duel. Pretty useful, right? Now, however, you could also, for example, get an invert. Let's say we drew the inverted 10 there. Let's see. Be nice if the enemy would just stay in one place and not race about the dwelling in lanes, decks and crawl spaces, huts and ruins. Fail roll and knocked unconscious. Yeah. You could just fall unconscious because they just fucking ambush you. Yeah. People can go down very quickly, and people can also stand back up very quickly. And your options are getting gradually more and more gone. Now, what are swaggering techniques? Anytime you succeed at a ability with... Anytime you succeed in an ability with one of these swaggering techniques, you get to mark it. And that's very useful, because all of these give you a bonus. If you have an appropriate advantage, what you're going to do instead of rolling 2d8, you're going to roll 3d8. 3d8's pretty fucking good, because that means you can succeed at things you normally wouldn't be able to. So, if you succeed, you get a swaggering technique. It means that you get to do more things more efficiently. These are very interesting, and sometimes they can be very powerful. They can also do nothing important. But we'll understand why that in a moment. So, again, to kind of explain this a little bit better. So, let's say, for example, we rolled a 9 strategy. We succeed. We would get disarming blows. That would just be something we get to mark off right here. Go boop, boop. We get disarming blows. Some of them, if we go all the way up here to, Bane 2 defensive. If we're a physician, we get to roll 3d8. That's all that's really saying. Now, the big thing is, these are really only used for detailed duels later on, strictly, or getting an advantage. Now, what do my skills do in combat? I got Fencer, I've got Pistolier. What do those do, actually? You negate their defensive bonus. You say, hey, you have a defensive bonus of +3. What if I said I'm a Fencer and you don't, and I just need to beat a 5 now? Wow, I succeed and I stab you and you're dead. You ever thought about that? Now, most of these are, hey, better valor, escaping invading during combat, charismatic style, chiasmatic action, daring pistol fire, things like that. Cool things, including my favorite, oriental pummeling. Simple knowledge of martial arts. Yes. Do you have no fear? I have specialized in... What if you shoot a person? You gotta roll the event. You have to draw the event to shoot someone in that regard. If you don't draw the event to shoot someone, you don't shoot someone. Easy as that. And if you do have the option of shooting someone and you're not in combat, you will do it if you're a pistolier, or you won't if you're not. Because the idea is, if we're standing in a duel, swords are drawn, I have to draw a card that lets me shoot you in the face. If we're not in combat, though, I mean, you're within range. I've got a gun, and I'm a pistolier. So, what do you think happens? I fucking shoot you and you die. Yeah, does not turn into karate style. That doesn't make an ass in Street Fighter. Can you just say, have no fear, I am a professional oriental pummeler? Yes. Very useful things. Now, you can use these as skills. That's a thing that's important to understand. If you choose to use these in skills, you are effectively saying, I want to do something interesting. Say, hey, I want to automatic reload, uncontested daggers, thrust, scare off a wounded enemy servitor. If I succeed at it, kind of like in a pre-battle. If I fail, hey, my weapon explodes or something. Hey, prismatic style, inspire your side. Everyone gains +1 on their actions, but I have to select a regular. What's the problem with the regular is that you have higher chances of terrible actions and good actions. Now, let's get to the idea of swaggering versus swaggering. This is the climactic duel on the deck. This is we both show up, draw sword, the chaos of battle around us. On guard! Clink, 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 clink. We're still going to be using the idea, but instead of necessarily just drawing our cards, what we're going to be doing is using our techniques against one another. What we're doing, again, it doesn't really matter. We're facing each other, and we're going to select a technique from our abilities, and then we reveal, and something happens. So, let's say, for example, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 20. Okay, 20. So, everyone, I need you all. I would like you all to select a technique. What do you... Oh no, we're in a duel. I need you to select a technique here, everyone. I've got my technique, obviously. But do you? What is your technique? Come on, give me something. I believe in you all. That's giving me some time to drink some water. Water. Flamboyant moves. Flamboyant moves. Now, I'm going to roll 20. That means I am doing a wrestling hold. Flamboyant move to wrestling hold, and inconclusive. We trade blows, we go back, nothing happens. Let's say you select flamboyant moves again. I roll again, I got an 11. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Still inconclusive. Come on. 8. Let's say I let's say I tried a disarming blow. And because I tried a disarming blow against your flamboyant moves, you lost the advantage. And what happens when you lose your advantage? Oh no, since you have lost it, you lose your special technique. And I get the advantage. I get to keep mine, you lose yours. But, let's say for example, I try to pull off some, I try to employ a little bit of charismatic style against your flamboyant moves. You take away my charismatic style. You take that away from me, and you win the bout. You go until only one of you have one anymore. Or you both lose everything. And if you are physically unable to actually hurt one another, you both pull away and you're like, shit. Hey, what happened? Winning technique and result to loser. Let's see. Winning technique and you did flamboyant moves. You put me into submission. You win because you chose the right option, kind of thing. No, you parry, ting, 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 and then you just fucking beat me. Now, the other thing is, what are the, if you lose all your techniques, then you have to do this. Early on, you may not only have one or two, and you kind of have to depend on knowing them. So, you may be wondering, no, Pat, how do I win this against someone with a lot of techniques? The answer is, you probably don't, so learn them. Hey, I know none of his techniques can beat this. I need to practice this, and I need to learn how to do this as fast as possible. And then you do. Maybe try to do a little bit gaming, trying to get things. You're like, oh, well, I've got all these things. Now, oof, I can feel it right there. Yeah, because it's like, okay, hey, you're trying to learn things. Hey, you force an NPC an awkward stance where you cannot kick, limiting his effective and spurning. Allow the NPC to teach you, reach an agreement. No pistols, no anything. Do things to give yourself an advantage. This guy likes using pistols. Yeah, he likes using pistols a whole lot. Steal his pistols. He can't use his pistols anymore. Hey. And hey, because he's doing this, he can't use heroic swordplay. Or hey, you learn about an antagonist and you learn more things about him. It's a very interesting things. I'm like, oh. Yeah, NPC might develop the 21st technique, one that never loses advantage. This Grand Coup de Grace might not be the best of all, but can only be taken from an opponent after an inconclusive result. Yeah, you kind of trade blows and everyone leaves, kind of things. It's an interesting system. I'm not gonna lie there. It's a weird system to be like, yeah, I guess that is kind of violent and quick, if that makes sense. You swing and you kind of gotta learn about the opponent. Once you learn about the opponent, you can make a lot better informed decisions on it. But now, violent and quick is the best. That was Sword Bastards' combat system in a nutshell. Because in Sword Bastards, it's very possible to just die in the first hit because someone went all in on the right. But you can also say, and then stab them in the face. Nuh-uh. Now, welcome to ship engagements. Same idea, actually. You may say, what do you mean by that? Well, let's say we got our cards again, everyone. I love my cards. You love your cards. So, barrage card for each grades number card. Takes turns. Subtract one barrage card from the ship total. Select victims or decline attack. Now, let's say, for example, we are a 3-deck galleon. Now, we're going to counter record barrage cards for each one. We got two barrage cards here. That means we draw 2 cards. But hey, we're a pirate vessel. We are a loyal commander. We're cunning commander. Anything we have might give us additional cards. This is very nice. We like barrage cards. Why do barrage cards very nice? Because that means we can say, hey, I want to draw more fucking cards to hit you with more cannons. Every subsequent round from there, you're drawing fewer and fewer cards. So you might have 10 barrage cards, but you don't have that much to actually work with. You may not want to do that necessarily. I got 3 cards here. Kind of understand what a two thing there. Yeah. Or declines all their and then you start the grapple of 8. Now, let's see. When a barrage card is flipped, the result is a hit or a miss. What do you mean by that? If any of the face cards, king, queen, knight, or knave hit, it's an auto hit. For any numbered card, it's the rank of the card is not above the level of the commander. My commander is level 5. Any card that is 5 or less will hit. My 6 of swords here does nothing. And no matter what, it's not a hit. I completely miss. But this knight of swords does hit. Ooh. Now, this knight of swords, I kill crew members. That's all that happens. I kill 25 soldiers or seamen. Ow. People die. This sucks. Oofy, owie, owie, zowie. Now, what happens there? Ooh. Now, what's going on? How do we do this? Effectively, because you've hit things, things are going on. Now, I did draw the Fool. What does the Fool do in this situation? We go down here. Where the fuck is the Fool? Where's the Fool? There. One PC is knocked overboard. Victim is decided by the ref, considering levels and skills. Skills expert at drowning, lacks swimmer. He should be tossed into Davy Jones. So as long as the victim can swim, you may make an out-of-ordinary roll and rejoin the crew. Yeah. Okay, hey, you fucking, something happened. The Fool's been drawn. Someone goes overboard. Something happens. Now, what does this mean, actually? It means that you have a small chance of drawing a cups at any time. And let's say I draw a spears. Sail damage. Someone draws a sword. More crew killed. We draw coin. Cannons destroyed. More cannons destroyed. Ooh, we're getting closer. If there comes to a point, staying in the game, you should be afloat at sea, the piece of wood, the one ships you were serving on. The entire concept that if you are unfortunate or fortunate enough to draw cups, you're fucked. You're fighting a galleon, though, is like you're going to take out a lot of their cannons. You're going to be taking out one of their, the options they have. More barrage cards go away, and that means they might not be able to retaliate at all. And if they can't retaliate, that means you have the free reign of them. Blow up their cannons. Hey, maybe maybe those swords were better than you thought. So, hey, double the result of the victim's attack on the victim. So, all opponents. So, if everyone's evaded, captured, driven up, you can do some repairs, which means getting some of your cannons back, getting some of your hull back, getting something back. Yeah. Rolling a coin is pretty bad, though. So, highest speed factor above 0 is going to go first. Let's say I have a speed factor of 4 and you have 1. That means I get to go first because I have 4. I can either say, I want to grapple, or I want to run the fuck away. If I want to grapple, I'm saying, hey, I'm going to you, get your shit pussy over here, I'm going to fuck you. And then you go over to them and you board them and you go to the next section. If you don't want to do that, you say no and you start running as fast as physically possible. Two people may say, we want to engage one another. You sail at one another and you start grappling and fighting. Hey. So, let's say my speed factor is 4 and your speed factor is 1. I automatically board you. Or I automatically evade you. Very easy. We're 1 and you're 1. Yeah, and we're not going to catch anyone right now. You're very slowly going toward... Yeah, you're very slowly going toward one another. Yeah, like... Yeah, after all ships above 0 speed have a turn, then barrages begin again with a new count of barrage cards. If someone is dead in the water and you don't want to go with them, just keep blasting them. Hey, we crippled him. Well, we don't need to worry about any of that shit. We just start fucking firing at him. But maybe you don't want to do that. Goat Raid. Hello, everyone. Hello, Kalu Kalay. How are we all doing today? We are going over some old-ass game. This is from 1979. It's older than your dad. Now, one of the weird... Now, why is this game a little bit weird? Because not only is it a 2d8 system, not only are we using tarot cards to resolve combat, not only are our characters have literally no numbers and our skills are a binary yes and no, we also are on a boat, and this is also 1,500 pages. Let's see down here. Yes, this is a 1,500 page game. Thank you very much for all the gifts, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you all. You're all great and wonderful people. Now, why is this game 1,500 pages? Who the fuck thought giving something like, whoa, Anonymous does it again? Exactly. Better or worse than the tabletop review I just came from. Realistic, this could have been what, 50 pages, 60? I think the original version, the original 1979 version, was about 50 pages. And it keeps kind of going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth of like adding a lot more detail, adding a lot more options. It's, you know, how is it? We're doing good. We're doing good. We went over the tarot combat. I had to get my official Game of Thrones HBO Max TM, tarot card. World building, locations, hub cities. That's in the page. That's in the 15. That's in the about 1,300 pages after the main game. We'll go over that when we finish everything. They don't go into graphic detail about things. A lot of things, because they say, hey, here's the base game. I don't really give a shit. What? Why should we... Your paper world is your paper world. You can do whatever you want. If you want to set it in the Caribbean, you can set it in the Caribbean. You want to set it in your own fantasy pirate world, nothing can stop you from setting it in your own fantasy pirate world. You know, hey, if you want to put this in... The weird thing is, if you want to say, I want to put this in One Piece world, you can put it in the One Piece world very easily, bar how easy it is to die. Because you just say, yeah, I have all these things. I got power. Cowboy thing for a person on a server. She did a great job with the combat system. It's just that there wasn't anything to do between encounters. The thing is, when it comes to a lot of this game, a lot of the between encounter, the best way to think about it is between encounter stuff is player stuff. What's going on? How do we do it? I can't tell you what to do. However, you have the accountant bookkeeper skill. Sounds pretty useful, right? You've got the merchant skill. You've got the gentry husbandman, skill. You've got these skills. Use them, and things happen. To get more money. To class off your ignobles. Because if you kind of look, like, not all of these ignobles are strictly just combat stuff. Yeah, hey, getting into, personal risk, displays of skill, personal growth, fame, notoriety. All of these can be done without raising your sword. That's quite a bit. Now we get to the NPC versus NPC ship actions. When everything happens, when we grapple and everything is going, people are fighting and people are probably going to get killed. You kind of see who's defending, who's attacking. Most often, the attackers will take more casualties than the defenders. That is a guaranteed almost. Attackers will take more casualties. Very rarely, like you see some 150 people board, 10 people die, but none of the defenders actually die because they just give up immediately because they aren't going to fight that. Because why the fuck would you? Because there's 10 people there. Now we get to the idea of boarding progress and victory. Now, when it comes to boarding progress, you have to do 3 things. Cross ships, traverse the deck, engage the commander. Those are your 3 goals. Oh, I'm getting a ping from someone. Who's pinging me? Who's being a ping pong bing gong? Hello, Seep. How are you? Hello, Seep. So, congratulations. Those are the 3 things you have to do. If you're repulsing, you gotta get them off. That's your main goal. Push them back. Do not let them kill the captain. If the captain dies, it's fucking over. On the other hand, if you kill their captain, you win. Hell yeah, fuck you, I win. We've killed your captain. I win, you lose. Hippie ha ha ha. Now, you have the entire concept is that you are setting your own attack order, trying to get the best result. The best thing is you are trying to do something. May seem a little bit weird, but when you are, tis not just a player proceeding thus, but his actions and gallantry inspire the servitors fighting at his sides. The men boarding the number defending will influence, but primarily each player will drive the battle to conclusion. You might have to do something you don't want to do because it's a lot more dangerous. What are you trying to do to actually board? Are you assailing it? Are you commanding? Are you doing some outlandish ploy? And hey, some of those outlandish ploys do work. Hey, each player takes a turn each round. You select the method, pick a card, resolve an action. Now, you might have a defensive modifier depending on how many soldiers you have. What does that mean? Let's say I have 30 soldiers. 30 soldiers with me, and you have 50. I don't get any penalties, and I don't get any bonuses. I have 30 soldiers, you have 10 soldiers, still no problem. I have 100 soldiers, you have 20. I'm going to win without even trying, because I can just fight. I can literally just fight through you as easily as possible. It is literally not even a problem. 30 guys fighting each other is going to be a fucking bloodbath, though. You don't really think about 30 people fighting on a ship, but 30 people fighting is kind of killing each other. Now, same idea. We're going to be drawing cards and trying to get results. And results are fun. Now, what do we do? Well, obviously, yeah, okay. Thank you. But Let's draw some cards. Let's say we are, what should we do, everybody? What do you think we should do? Should we assail by jumping into action? Should we command our servitors to do things? Or should we do an outlandish action? I'm trying to cross the ship. We're trying to get to that ship. What do you think we should do, everyone? Yeah, I've got a card here, everyone. I don't know. Outlandish. I'm hearing outlandish. Let's draw. Okay, we drew a Knave of Cups. You drew a Knave. Nerve 6. Let's see. Sail. We're going to be outlandish. Knave. Situation becomes confused. The men start to falter. Inspire them to continue conditions, or the condition becomes ships separate. If the player carried a lax skill fencer, increase difficulty by 3. So we just barely succeed. Yeah, we just barely succeed. So we have successfully not advanced, actually. Like, that's the funny thing. We have not actually advanced. We are still stuck in. Why are we stuck in? Because we're sitting there trying to cross into the other enemy ship. That's difficult. So, let's try again. New plan, everybody. What's the new plan? Should we assail, command, or another outlandish action? Should we go for another outlandish action? I've got my card right here. What's your guys' strategy? The ship's getting bloody. People are fighting. People are dying. We got 30 guys on each side, and it's looking pretty grim right now. We just barely won that last one, I believe. I need to get a new water bottle. Another outlandish action. Well, we don't need that yet. We've got a Queen of Cups. A queen outlandish action. Crawl over unnoticed out through one of your own gun ports and through an opposing vessel's vacant gun port. Optional. Success and enter hold for victims other than galleons or galleass. That treat card instead as a knave. So we're actually a spy. Because we're a spy, so we get 3 dice. And we pretty firmly succeed. Good job, us. So, we literally go through their gun port. We're below deck right now. We have made it to the enemy deck. We're kind of outnumbered, though. So, we need to start traversing the deck. We've made it inside. We're currently in a situation where things are looking a little bit grim. So, what's the plan now, everyone? We have traversing the deck. Let's say another outlandish action, and we drew a king. Ooh, a king of cups. So I wonder what's going to happen here. Let's see. Explode a sulfur smoke bong, diverting attention and covering the moment. Success. It enters the captain's cabin. So, we are cunning, so we get to roll 3. Roll. That's a 9. We do succeed. So, we have successfully... We're fighting the captain now. And of course, we need to draw another card and get a queen. So, since we're doing another outlandish action, because we are silly, dispatch the guard on the door of the captain's cabin and enter. Optional. Success and enter the captain's cabin, unlike the king's event, only place character in a position of mischief, mayhem, or in service of a plot point. Spending a make roll for a chance to duel the enemy commander. All right, we're firmly in there. We can fuck with people now. We're doing great. On the other hand, maybe we want to fight him. And that is boarding action. You're trying to push the advantage. That's the main goal. You're trying to push your advantage, trying to get to the captain to duel your captain. But you may find yourself below deck. You may find yourself around other places that you may not think about. When in doubt, well, you may end up with something like this. Change personal dueling attacks. Draw a Bane for one of your actions. And draw a Bane for one of... And so, then you would resolve the personal dueling situation, which could be pretty bad. So I draw a 7 of swords, so that would be inverted, and then I draw a 8 of swords. We kind of just smack each other. We don't do that great. Fail and be not, dodge trio, throwing, belaying pins, hang from the smart of the knee, and fire down the opposing commander. You could try to do it. You might succeed and get killed. Yeah, you might completely succeed and just shoot someone and kill the captain right away. Or you could just die immediately and fucking explode. That is also another very common situation. Alternatively, I could draw a Queen of Spears here as make appeals to the men for glory and loyalty and cause. Difficulty decreases if characters skilled goldsmith or briber. The difficulty decreases by 2 each. So you're trying to push them back. The longer you take in these rounds, the longer that's going on, the more chance the enemy has to push you back. And if you can repulse them, you can just delay them. The longer it's taking them to do something, the easier it is to kind of say, no, go away. No, back. Back. And especially if you roll something like Knight Repulsing, walk along the rail, cutting crossed lines and pushing men forward into action. You could break the ships apart. And you win. That's it. Congratulations. You fucking win. Alternatively, you could draw the Pope, and the player needs to not select a method, and flip card and choose the method to be used. Yeah. Or you get a Chariot, and someone actually wants to help you, or if it's inverted, someone betrays you. Yeah, these can get pretty bad. Now, when you are actually in a strict duel, what you have to do is you first draw a Bane, which is to say you're going to draw an inverted result regardless of what it is. And then you get to draw again to do the actual real attack, possibly even a in itself, and you could just kill yourself. Is it impossible? No. Is it, yeah. Slaves free, inspect cargo. Side of the vessel can be blown out while placed charge. Yep, delay others for real death blow or complete the missions. Yeah, more actions to change the conditions. It's easier and easier and easier. Like, the easier it is for you to repulse something, the longer the round is. More rounds, more easier it is to actually, succeed. They, of course, get boarding action. How many casualties do we have? How many rounds did it last? It lasted 5 rounds. We lost 50 men of our crew of 100. Like, we lost half our men. That's horrible. If we can't make up the difference... This sounds fun, but chaotic as hell. Yes. And again, mutiny is literally a boarding action without the other ship. You are boarding yourself in an attempt to kill one another. Yeah. Should the condition ever decline to cross ships, the mutiny has been suppressed. Ally with the commander repulsing rules are used instead of separating. Mutiny is suppressed. Yeah, the defending players win only when the other players lose. Hopefully, the players always stick to the end. All for one and one for all. But yeah, so now we get to the war section. Yeah, remember that you can get into a war battle, like an actual, companies of men fighting each other. Same idea. You're going to be using tarot cards again. The big thing, though, is... are you using the correct unit types? Because you're going to be losing people. So, let's see. So let's say, for example, I draw a card, and I get a 3 of Cups. Do I have any cannons? No, so that doesn't do anything. Hey, I draw, and I get the Ace of Cups. I don't still have any cannons, and this is bad. I don't have any cannons. And that means we have to rout one of our own companies. Effectively, wartime combat between actual forces, enemy forces, are a war of attrition almost. I've got a bunch of dudes, you've got a bunch of dudes. We are literally drawing to see who breaks first. And you're going to be losing things pretty quickly. Let's just say that. Yeah, you're gonna be losing things pretty quickly. If you don't have things, great. You're gonna be losing a lot more people though. Yeah, one of the things is you can just say, I want to run. Say, fuck this. You win. I'm leaving. Our boys get to go home, and we're all good. But then you also are like, oh well, hell, we're not actually competent enough to succeed at this, and we lose. Yeah, failed current level requirement. You could lose all your guys by just not being very well equipped. I mean leveled. Or just fail to draw cards correctly. And if you fail to draw cards correctly, you just lose. And all your men run away in fear. If they're retreating, you can say, hey, final charge casualty. I draw my card. Not that one. I draw my card, Ace of Swords. Each cavalry company that's 3 enemy companies. Dun 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 dun. Our 3 cavalry companies completely decimate the enemy. It takes out 9 additional companies. We're fucking. It's great. Now, field battle card losses are automatic. Player character major must be defeated or force a rout of the enemy company through the use of Bloody Clash. What's a Bloody Clash? That is quite literally both of you throwing each other in there for a mano battle. I don't think it's mathematically possible to become a swashbuckler. Oh, it is. Oh, it's mathematically possible to become a swashbuckler. You just have to play very, you have to play very aggressive, if that makes sense. You need to play aggressive, you need to play swarthy, you need to be... how do I want to word it? You need to think like a pirate and think a little bit further ahead of what you would be doing. Getting into a war, aggressively smart and not opportunistic? Yes. Because again, all you need to do to level up is do these actions. You do one of each of these actions. Generally speaking, some of these are pretty easy. Others of them are a little bit more difficult. Like individual fighting and duel, by the time you hit level 2, you have a few make rolls to do. And if you get an action being automatically win the fight, just say, I'm declaring a make roll now and I automatically kill my enemy by stabbing him in the fucking face. And then he falls over and dies. And you're like, I win. Like, da-da-da-da-da, congratulations me. Hey, I've got a bunch of swaggering techniques. And because I've got all these swaggering techniques, I want to do action. I want to get into duels. I want to private duels because I'm going to fucking win. Because I've got a lot more options than him. I know how he fights and I can fight better. Hey, we need a sack of fort. We need a sack of fort. Why? Because there's a shit ton of money in it. Getting up to become a swashbuckler is luck. A lot of luck. Mm. 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 Yeah, and sometimes, you know what? Hey, you just need to start a bloody battle. Just go in there and just fucking, fucking kill people. Now, this is used to resolve all company versus company engagements when a regiment meets a single company or a few company. Field battle cards are not selected. Ask one or some of its companies to rout the independent unit. Artillery will be used quick and deadly. However, this time, steady lines regimental action may not be available on precision cannons. Now, what does this mean? 17 bloody clash options. Cavalry charge versus infantry, foray and return, cavalry, circle the flanks. All of these various things roughly disorder the enemy company. The goal is we need to kill their major. Once we kill their major, we can win. Kill their leader. We want to do something in a effort to disrupt them, to make sure that they run away. Now, how do we determine this though? You see how how do we actually determine any of these things? You determine them by, unsurprisingly, rolling the dice. Yeah, no, you're well, not really rolling the dice. You're going to be rolling cards. So let's say, for example, because again, I'm a funny dude. Let's say if we're doing cavalry, we are fighting, we'll say artillery. We draw, and we got a knight of spears. So we got, well, technically it's not a knight of spears, it's a knight of rods, but right there. Ooh, player's force suffers casualties. Ooh, that looks a little bit nasty. So we're in cavalry lookup table. So we're going to look at the bloody clash cavalry versus, not cav versus cav versus infantry, cav versus artillery. And we drew a knight. So opponent maneuvers, opening himself for a charge from the flank. Optional, successfully the opponent disordered but fail and fall with vicious wounds. Lose 2d8 soldiers. The player character is skilled as an equestrian, difficulty decreases by 4. So, we're going to roll. And we just barely succeed. And that means, optional successes. We disorder all the opponents. They're going to start fleeing. It is fucking lucky and everything. We're doing this. We've lost some people. Maybe, but we've also completely, hey, done it. We're doing it. We're gaming. Hey, successive opponent is disordered, And yes, you will consult all these charts. Just consult the charts. There's a few. Yeah, there's a few. Don't forget about the siege rules, by the way. Shuffling the cards. I am shuffling the cards. That's the worst part. Yeah, if you hear me shuffling the cards, it's because these cards are a pain in the ass to shuffle because they are frickin' tarot cards. And they are also very comically large, and I do not care for tarot cards. I don't like the size of tarot cards because they're a bitch to shuffle. So I've been shuffling them in between things so we get different results. But yes, when in doubt, get into a siege. Let's go. Yeah, hey. Day of the time required for fortress to fall. Skill is not something the player characters will ever have. Length of time place survive, called the siege limit. How many days can we hold out? How long can we sit here and actually live? These are days. 50 days doesn't seem too long. That's 50 days. That's like, even 25 days doesn't seem like a lot, but that's also 25 days of you sitting out there, we're sitting in here, and we have cannons. No locals forage and eat. Most companies will not extend past 90 days for campaigning season, unless fed and paid bonus fees equal to the mercenary rates. Yeah, it's... the players could know the garrison will surrender in about 100 days, but their besieging troops will give up on day 90. Does anyone start day 1 of campaign season setting up a siege? Yeah, that's kind of the secret. I mean, like, yeah, it's gonna take 100 days for them to break. On the other hand, that's like a majority of our campaigning season, and no one really wants to stick around for that long. So what do? Blow a hole open. Do something. Being a trained sapper, you know, the will to ration, many intangibles that only NPC expert intimate with the daily operations will know. Hey, when in doubt, maybe we can sneak in at night, middle of the night. Let's assemble a small team and we'll infiltrate the fortress in the middle of the night. Or hey, we know of a secret entrance to the keep, but it will only be open during this small window of time. So only a couple people will be able to go in there, and with the couple people, they will have to blow open the gates. Once they blow open the gates, we'll all rush in and we'll take the fort. Yes, they are too small for most shuffler. And again, it does not help that these cards are also, whoever owned these cards before clearly used them a lot or kept them in a place that bent them slightly. They are ever so slightly bent out of shape. So that's probably not helping. I'm gonna put these down. So what do we need to do? How do we need to increase things? We need to get supply. How do we raid? How do we, usurp command? What do we need to do? That takes time. It takes time to siege. Siege sucks, by the way. Forces attacked by sea and land maintain two separate forces to meet two separate threats. Maintain separate bombardment and barrage cards. If you ever want the true experience, by the way, of a fortress siege, Hold Fast, Empires at War, great fucking game, by the way. I love that game to death. I haven't played it in forever because it's like a 200 billion gigabyte download. But there are maps in that game that are the classic siege experience of like, you have to have players in boats fighting for their lives. Try to distract people while you're to like make landings to take points to start attacking. It's great. I love Hold Fast. I think it's a great game. I will also say, Hold Fast is great if you have a mic, and you get to shit talk other people for being the wrong ethnicity. What does that mean? It means that you can make you smelly Englishman, chow, and then you just start fighting people. Again, putting on vaguely racist accents in Hold Fast is the quintessential experience. And yes, I do expect the German man to put on a comical French accent as he is playing an Englishman as we shoot the French in, the 1700s. It's, And if you get a good line battle going, ooh, oh, sexo. Nothing more in life you need. Not a thing more in life you need. Getting a full-on fucking line barrage. Mwah. Mwah. Love that game. But, yeah, one bombard kind of see the floating platform per galleon. Yeah, just bombard people when in doubt. Like, trench work, close range for the sea, the fences are breached. So, if you have, like, a shit ton of cannons, defend your fort. You can defend your fort pretty reliably. Because let's say, for example, I draw and get a 10 of cups. What does the 10 of cups mean? Oh no. Boom. Now, it's like the more you're able to kind of like build up the trench works, you need a lot more. And that's kind of like one of the big things when it comes to like siege bombardment. Like, it takes time. 40 fucking days is a long ass time, but bombarding bombarding them means that you're breaking them. We're inflicting terror points, or hey, we're breaking you down. Fort doesn't move like a vessel. Yes, fort is small could mean a battle would be quickly resolved. Rank comparison, basic ideas there. Now, we ship short a ship barrage card counter. Cool. Let's see. What's the fortress or army? Less than X guns. Hey, less than this guns. Hey. Yeah, get ready for shore bonds, ship flounders, and sinks. Yeah, you can lose people pretty. If you do the insanity of trying to storm the building, you will lose people. Not gonna lie, you're gonna lose people. You're gonna lose a lot of people. Still use the exact same, the exact same ideas. What are you trying to do? We want to, we want to defend the wall. And simply guarding a major or minor objective like an armory. Hey, we're locked. Several opponents will arrive to reinforce the breach. Hey, we're doing a diversion. Hey, we're trying to overwhelm, the enemy in general. And that's what you gotta do. You gotta overwhelm them. Also, here's the closure, of course. Fundamental point out, of all these things. And that's Crimson Cutlass. Kind of zoomed through that back half. But the same principles kind of consistently pop up in Crimson Cutlass. Now, Crimson Cutlass is a fascinating game because it's an old game with a very simple pitch, and it just says, hey, here's all these ideas. Here's this vast stretch of concepts. Here's how you actually resolve them. Here's the explanation of how you resolve them and why. And some people are going to really dig that. Some people are going to be like, this is my shit. I need this. Other people are going to be like, I do not fundamentally care about... I just want to hit someone with my sword and see how much damage I do. Drawing the tarot cards, having to, reference them, that's going to throw some people off, especially when multiple things are going on, like ship combat. Because in the terrifying situation, in the absolute clusterfuck situation, you could have a scenario where there is a siege battle going on, plus a ship battle with an individual duel taking place because of that ship battle. All three of those things can be happening simultaneously, and then we throw in a land battle on top of it. And the worst part is, this is not only possible, it's large enough conflicts can result in things like this. And how would this ever occur? Hey, a fortress is besieged. Besieged by land and sea. There we go. This is complete clusterfuck. 7 billion charts are getting referenced at this point. And and that I think is kind of one of the appeals. But what's happening after that? What's happening after we reach there? A lot of this is like the mission generation tables. Like, hey, what's happening? Who's doing things? Like, what should we actually be doing? Like, hey, it's the 3 of coins or whatever. Let's see. Let's see, who's hiring us? Heir to the fortune, in line to the throne, the rich brat. Land and riches, assuredly. Hey, we've got a... What's our mission? Our mission is more cups. Let's see, 3 of cups. So we've got a... Hey, join the crew of a deep water fishing and whaling ship's trek. Elements of fantastique are always present in events, superstitions, and leviathans. We'll be undertaking the mission Inverted. Vessel's newly formed Brotherhood of Pirates. The fish are just a plausible facade. Entirely waterborne. Alright, cool. You know, that's missions and what's like, what else are we gonna get? Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's go. You see a little. There's a few things going on here. Mission surprises. What's going on? Let's see. We drew the Worldo. Because we drew the Worldo. Mission across both land and sea. Inverted. Mission must take players in very distant lands of the new world. I'm like, oh. What's the motive? Well, what's the motive? Let's see, a 10 of cups. Let's see, desire to calm his own conscience, not add any new deceits. Alright, hey, okay, that's something, you know. This is what I mean by, like, a lot of this is just more shit. More like, oh, hey, what's the twist? Oh, God, it's a billion twists. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, no, and there's charts for it. There's chart. Additional answer questions. Where are we going? You know, where? We're going to... We're going to Disputed Boundary War Zone. Lands of Bohemia. Ooh, we're going to Bohemia now for whatever fucking reason. Adventure. That's why. What are we doing? Why are we doing these things? Adventure. That's why. Yeah, a lot of like, what are we doing? How are we doing? Sorting guidelines. How do we make money? What are we supposed to be doing? How do we do encounters exactly? Mission consequence tables. The obstacles, climax events. What's going on now? Quick and dirty one. You want schematics? Let's go to 555, okay? Let's go to 555. 555. Administrative affairs. Let's see. Personal affairs. Scroll down a little bit more. Falsehoods of common audience. Personal affairs. Captured agent rivalries at sea. Let's see. We want to do 532, I should say. 532. Yeah, here's how to make schematic floor plans. Here's the schematic of a cog. Here's the schematic of a galleass. Here's the light caravels. Oh, hey, you wanna... Here's the schematic fortress or garrison. All these connected to one another haphazardly. There you go. You want that? It's there. What happened here? You know, hey, these are useful. Uh-oh, you didn't like that. Hey, more encounters, more stuff, more things. We like things and stuff, right? Like, what encounters are we going to be encountering? There's a lot of encounters that you can roll up. What settings are available? You know what, let's do that. 1021. Let's go to 1021, everyone. Other setting, sea lanes on convoys. You know, sailing the coast of enemy seas. You know, allied blockade, enemy blockade, stormy seas, port layovers. Hey, it's the King's Highway. You know, what's that mean? This is the stuff we're doing. Fuck, we're in the, let's see. We're going to Infidel Lands. Doing stuff. Personal events? Yeah, these are things that are happening to you. Why? Because that's important to you. There are a lot of these things. You kind of see, like, yeah, here's the campaign section. What's the campaign section about? Which ref are you? Here's the world map. Let's go to 1086, everyone. 1086. Like, yep, here's all of the, you know, the world map, the adventures. You know, here's the how do we explore the known world and things like that. Okay. Here's things going on. Unknown. You want to be a kingdom, minor allies, nuisance, church state? You want to just add your very own pirate nations? Yeah, fuck it. Roll one of these things. Want to add something you want? Add one of these things. This is super autism. And we love super autism in this family. But that is what this game is all about. This is why it's 1,500 pages. This is why it's this. We need to talk about what's the restoration like. What if there was no restoration? What's revolutionary? What's a revolutionary modifier? Watch these movies. Here's merit. Hey, what's currently going on? Hey, what's religious discord like? All of these different types of reform, because that has different ways of thinking. And it's like, yeah, here's the Oriental powers. They're fucked up. You try to invade other these things, literally all of these things are gonna fucking kill you. Because it's an unknown land, literally designed to kick your ass and take your name. Alright. There you go, colonial racism chart. Do you want the racism chart, everyone? It's there. Crimes against property, trials, pardons. 150 pages dedicated to, supplemental material. So, and then the quick and dirty ways of doing things. You want to do all the quick and dirty, things. It's all there. So, is Crimson Cutlass interesting? Yes, I think Crimson Cutlass is interesting. I think this is a passion project. This is a project, 30 years in the making. Like, you got to remember that this game is 40 years old, effectively. And a 40-year-old game is going to have comments from people who see things differently. This is a guy who plays a very certain way, and he's not going to change anything. Yes, this is what the cover looks like. You're going to like it? Fuck you. Don't like it? I don't care. Hey, we want to do this. I don't care. Do this. This is beyond a passion project. This is someone's, people have spent hours upon days upon weeks working, playing, tweaking this game to be exactly what he wants. If you think that you're going to hop in and be like, this is completely normal and there's nothing weird, you're going to be sorely mistaken. If you go into that saying, hey, I'm willing to meet you halfway, yeah, it's interesting. Bulky in some places, yes. Because no shit. But, hey, it is what it is. We've learned a little bit about Crimson Cutlass. Good times all around. We've, hopefully, if you see it somewhere, you can say, hey, I know Crimson Cutlass now. I will do a quest, you could say, to find stuff on Era 10. Because Era 10's the I can't believe it's not 40k thing. I will see what I can find there. I make absolutely zero promises. I make absolutely zero anything. All I will tell you is that perhaps, maybe, perhaps we will find something. I don't know. You know what time it is, everyone. It's my favorite time of the week. And hopefully it's your favorite time of the week. It's Kickstarter time, where I get to feel sad. But first things first, we're getting something interesting. All right. And then we go to 5e. Okay. Not a great start, but okay. Let's see. Basketball League playing cards. Raid and Raiders. Okay. Hello, phone. Let's see. Tarot card. See, right here. Have no fear, queens. We can get our very own Chinese mythology tarot cards to play Crimson Cutlass with. Alright. Alright, I'm going to be leaving for a few minutes, so keep yourselves occupied and keep yourself having fun. Yeah, I will be back. Do not worry. Do not leave. Guten Tag. Hi everyone. Apologies for that. I love my mom to death. I think this is a well-known fact. My mom likes to talk, and when my mom talks, it's about 6 conversations going on at once. So, kind of got a little bit sidetracked there. It's funny because I remember there's a Scribble's girlfriend. She goes by Faria. Scribble's girlfriend is very funny because it's the same idea, just in reverse. Faria will have 5 conversations in the span it takes someone else to have 1. My mom will have about 1 conversation in the span of about 5. Mama yaps tens, yeah. And it's perfectly reasonable. Everything just flows into one another, but it's just like another thing. It's like, okay, I love you, Mom, but I need to go to the bathroom now. Did you meet? Yeah, I met Scribble's girlfriend. Faria is very nice. She's a very nice person. Honestly, one of the, probably one of the more better people for him. She is a very energetic person. It's very funny. But let's continue down our wonderful world of... Oh, geez. Why? That's not for TRPG. No, it's not minis for TRPGs. I know that. You know that. Games people. You gotta know these things. 6 new subclasses for D&D. Yeah! I love Ivy. Let's see. Let's see. Do we have any enchanted Conan bunny? These are all by the same. These all look like the exact same thing. I'm not going crazy, am I? I'm not going insane. These all look like the exact same... I'm not going insane, right? Oops, all 5-y. So with Crimson Cutlass, think there's something you could take? There's probably something I could take. I've got some ideas. I like the skill system of Crimson Cutlass. I unironically do. Because all it is a very binary, I have a skill, I don't have a skill. I can do this thing, I cannot do this thing. I think I like that idea. But yeah, these all seem like the exact same look, if that makes sense. Yeah, they're different companies, but they all look the same. They're all from LA, California, and they all say the exact same thing. Am I seeing something wrong? Yeah, these all look the exact same outside the naked one. What the fuck? Yeah, Night Dragons? Let me guess, San Francisco, yeah. And let me guess, Spray Paw Society, do they all look the exact same thing? What the fuck is this? That's really weird. Really, that's just weird to me. Let's see. The Forgotten Plains. Nope. Macro combat. What random events? Easy play. Let's see. Volkscon 4, German Sturmpanzers. Sturmpanzer? Sturmpanzer? Ich, ich meint Gott. Das Lederhosen. Wally, the Excuse Box, GSK, GSG, I should say. Vermilion. There's a fucking another one. They look the exact. I am having a stroke. Are you sure this is from LA? Yeah, they're all saying they're all from Los Angeles. That's what they're claiming to be from anyway. Los Angeles. Like, oh, 3D modeler, Orange County, and like Gorilla Studio. Like, it's weird because all these STL companies look the exact same to me. Like, I wonder if this was like, again, this is getting weird. Huh. What a strange Among Us. What a strange thing. Ooh, new solitaire game. Let's see. Free 5e, open source Dungeons and Dragons, free 5e. Oh, yippee! It's 5e, but free now. Alien RPG, yeah, that's the new edition, which people are like, why is it a new edition? Why don't they just updating it? Because I'm like, well, why wouldn't they? Also, Solo Borg. You wanna have Solo Borg? Take the Nair's knife, stab it into your hand. Congratulations, you're playing fucking Morkborg solo. Just fucking stab that thing straight through your hand. Let's see. Shadows of Eternity D&D events. Oh, okay. Wilderness anthropomorphic characters. Okay, all right. Let's see. And the crops withered. Demeter search for a missing daughter, Persephone. Frostpunk the role-playing game by Catalyst. Yeah, that one. I remember them announcing that fucking eons ago. I remember getting very confused by it. I was like, what do you fucking do in a Frostpunk game like that? Zathura? I remember there was a Zathura game. Wasn't there a Zathura board game like eons ago? Right? Wait, am I losing my fucking mind? Okay, all right. Two unique editions. Okay, we got some new stuff. All right, new stuff. Dangerous and Dark Orcs, the best game ever light novel. That's a light novel. 5e STLs. We love STLs. Three Days of Gettysburg. I actually know that one. Mana Meltdown Battle Royale Adventure. Dream it, build it, do it. Let's see. Raising Rabbit strategy game. World Snatch Persia Heroes of Tennefer. Shadows, Wild West, Shadow Deck, Crawler cards. I love Goblins. Goblins, Kitten Apocalypse War. Solo role-playing game with dinosaurs. All right, I mean, I kind of gotta click on it, right? Die RPG und die Comics. Ich want die. Let's see. D&Z Roll20 character sheet, micros. There's Vagabond. This one's really weird. We're gonna talk about that one a little bit. I kind of talked about it another time, but last time, but let's see. Cloth Doll, Flat Out, Nami, Scavenger. Oh, another side. Oh yes, furry RPGs, baby. Woo! I don't know about you guys, but I adore furry RPGs. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, we're and like there's gotta be something, right? Shadow Dark. Oh, wow, cool everyone. It's Shadow Dark with 17,000% fucking funding. I don't get it. I really don't. Let's see. Belonging outside belonging. Who fucking cares? A new VTuber card game. Sir, another VTuber card game has hit the towers. Sir. A new Harn quest. A fucking course. There's a new hard course. Endless Harn quest. Endless Harn quest. A fisherman's game. That's a name. All right, there we go. There's a new idea. All right. We're not too dead yet. The gun has not entered my mouth yet. I want everyone to remember this. The gun has not entered my mouth yet. We are in fact back. We are in fact so back. Okay, it's entering my mouth again. I can taste the metal. It is. I'm finger on the trigger. Please God, make it end. Yeah, looks like a lot of these we've seen before. Yeah, these look all fairly these all look tulpa board. Yep, okay, pulling the trigger now. Yeah, sayonara everyone. Time going home. Fucking Tulpaborg. Tulpaborg? Really? Really, guys? Do we really? Let's go to the Hosh. I mean, I've gotta support that game, right? Monsters on the Grid. Gridmon. I mean, I gotta look at what Gridmon is. I mean, of course. Okay, so we've made our way down. Let's look. Riposte, TTRPG, since I entered the scene a long time ago. Oh, the was decided with more popular RPGs, combination, creative ambition, vision began to riposte around 21. Let's see. Pages, goals, campaign, physically bring life to further artwork, setting book, the game. What is the game? Alright, D100. I think one like no classes are featured in the core rule book. I have only played D&D 5e. Let's see. We created a character. One gives pool points, spend different aspect. That's qualities. Okay. Is there ancestry? Okay, we can't deviate that far. Deviating too far is 200 individual skills. looks. It's got. All right. I'm in. I want to see. Holy shit, brother! You need a lot of money. Caleb, no. 10 grand for a new RPG no one's heard about before. Oh no, you fool. Let's see. Wanderverse, action economy and class leveling system. Wanderverse something. Game Wanderverse 3-1 players guide, encounter your rules, Delta system. I've heard of the Delta system. You spend Delta action points. Weird Legolas. Let's slide down a banister backwards. Extension. You have extension dam. Use it or lose it. Let me guess. Wait a second. This is you got a YouTube channel, don't you? Yes, you do. Hello, YouTube channel, man. Spell casting. If you have Delta, you can cast it. Finger of Death. Okay, so it's all right. You know what? You know, $35,000. Oh no, would take card out of a D&D that could fade because they don't have anything to lose. We could possibly, if you could play something like Jumanji, if there was a possibility of superpowers wealth at the end, would you? Me personally, fuck that. Yeah, no, fuck that. No, like the thing is, when you play a game like Zathura or fucking Jumanji, the risk always outweighs the reward. It's like, oh yeah. Like, oh, cool, you get infinite power or infinite wealth if you beat the game. Yeah, just beat this fucking dinosaur up. I'm like, no. Yeah, 35 grand. That's a lot. I mean, it could be interesting, but brother, 35 grand's a lot for I'll have to look. I mean, looks like he's got let's see. Educational leader, husband storyteller, how else? Started Common Land associated media, clam to create original multimedia content to the Common Land setting. Talking in comment the Common Lands. Oh, 5e. Common Bardic Book of Ballads, original poetry and illustrations. Laugh Out Loud Theater in Chicago to create and produce a comedy show. Oh god, he's from Chicago. That's even worse. Go away, Chicago. See, I respect games like this being like, I just want to make my brand, I want to make my really autistic Huey solo game. So you too can be a close air support guy. These guys always do consistently well. Fun fact. These guys always do really well for themselves. And they create the exact same type of games constantly, which are like solitaire war games. There are literally dozens of these, and every one I get more and more like just fascinated by. I've been thinking about like going in like learning these, but I'm like, I don't even know any place where to fucking. I don't know where to start with a lot of these games. I think that's the thing that always threw me off. I never know where to start with them. Looks interesting. Free 5e. I want to learn what free 5e is. Don't you want to learn what free 5e? Creative Commons D&D. Help us bring D&D to the world. Find fully free alternative, fully compatible D&D built on Creative Commons. Make 3 standard core rulebooks. Free to own, free to corporate licensing constraints. Okay, so it's just free. Just free 5e. Okay, what's the culturally accessible? Consider how they're different. We might think as dragons and magic, thinking that's simply Renaissance, a little steampunk. We never want to say there are no disabled, neurodivergent, chronically ill people. We want everyone to feel welcome. Include disability representation in the core rules. I mean, Guess this is what you're buying, right? Or Limitless Heroes? Oh my god, is it this dude? Oh my god, it's him. Yes! We're so fucking back, everybody. I knew it. It looked familiar. Yes! It's the... Where is he? Yeah, there we go. This is where you have a halfling dragonborn with Down syndrome. This is where you have the arthritis fighter. Oh yeah. And then the druid bard. Because I remember they had to add in the fact that she was a druid and an animal companion. Oh yes, how could I forget that? Like Treacher Collins syndrome. Yeah. Also the barbarian minotaur, who is representation of amputation after getting his horn chipped off. I'm not fucking with you. That is the actual reason he is here. I am... Every time I am reminded. I would mentally divert, feeling want to play an adventure and fucking accept them. Amputation, no missing limbs. I feel deja vu. Yeah, we've looked at this before. It's great. We've read through it too. Like, yeah, what? You don't like the tiefling monk with cerebral palsy? You don't like that? Come. I found this before because there's actually a very interesting company. It's Accessible Gaming. Fun fact. Let me see if where was it? Where are you? There's actually a company called Accessible Gaming. It's a magazine. Accessible Gaming Quarterly. Here's the thing. I think this guy is really good. AGQ, unironically, good shit. You want to know why AGQ is good? Because it's saying, hey, this person is blind. You know, you want to play with someone who is blind? This is what you should do, and here's how you can make Braille stuff. Hey, this person is, hard of hearing. Here's, resources available or how to help them play the game better because they can't hear very well. This is like, hey, how do you help people like this? Because one of the main people behind this, actually, his big thing was he is, I think, partially blind. He is very sight impaired, and he likes Fate dice because Fate dice, you can put your hand on it a lot easier and feel the grooves a lot easier, so you can tell if it's plus or minus, so you don't have to really read the dice as, you don't have to like read little numbers as much. I'm like, yeah, cool, this is fine. This is okay. AGQ, fine, nothing wrong with this. I respect the guy 100%. This is not it, kings. Like, this ain't it. Yeah, and that's kind of the that's kind of like one of the things, like AGQ stuff I respect, because it's just like, hey, a player's hard of hearing, this is something that is important. Hey, this player's hard of sight. If it's hard of sight, do this, and this. Cool. Yeah, this feels objectifying. Yeah, no, there's multiple scoliosis. Yeah. Now, one of the funniest things here actually with her is she actually has a character sheet and is rated as an enemy. Fun fact. Mind you, her fucking wheelchair is like super death magic tier. and every player would want to steal her wheelchair because it's broke as shit. Yeah, if you want to be a fucking cursed existence, you're a dragonborn with fucking dwarfism. You're just a kobold. Yeah, work the druid with a fidget device. Chronic fatigue syndrome. Again, more cerebral palsy, and you called the tiefling it. Why? Why? Are they not reading this? Are they doing like a fucky wucky? Or my favorite, the fucking gnome. Look at him go. Ooh. Wait, was Fox? He's a gnome wizard. Have no fear, he's casting fireball. Yeah, it's yeah, this is what I mean by like they have character stats and like he's got like yeah, no, he's allowed like this guy is available and he can do like a bunch of bullshit there. Like we found some of the preview stuff for it. Also, that's really unfortunate. We found some of the preview stuff for it. Also, if you take a note of people working on this, yeah, like some of these are very funny because they effectively add like options for each of the characters that they all have special abilities and stuff because of that, and it's a very strange thing. So these guys are making free 5e. Like that's really weird. Like, am I weird for thinking this? Like, am I the bad guy? Like I feel like the bad person. Oh. Okay. Okay, they're just using AI for the voice stuff. That's fine. I mean, I don't really care. Yeah, that's... Oh god, he's launching soon for... more. Yes, and this is also very important. We actually saw bits of this book. Yes, this book does have... yeah, here, let me get a free ash can. Can I, So, to give you an idea... Hey, kids! Do you wanna roll for, Do you wanna roll for different like, differences, traits, and language processing? Hey, kids, you wanna roll for your favorite trait of fucking visual spatial agraphia? You wanna roll for your brain fog and fucking synesthesia? Sorry, queens. I want to roll for my atonic seizure roll. Right? That's fun. Right? Yeah, do you want to fucking like... Yeah. Sorry, do you want to... Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, you want to roll for dyslexia? Yeah. this feels I fully sort out of character, physical, mental, but yeah, this feels odd. Chronic acne. Why? Because they're traits for your conditions. It's a very strange existence. It's a very strange game. They're the ones making free 5e. So, this is effectively Alien RPG 2e. It's more like 1.5. That's the best way to think about it. From what I've gathered, what they want to do with this is they want to remake the Alien RPG, like, just to make it faster and make it better. And they want to add in, like, solo modes, and they want to add, like, campaign tools, and they want to make it so that you can actually play a campaign in this game. Because it's a pretty known fact that the Alien RPG is not really good when it comes to the Alien RPG is not really good when it comes to campaign play. It is a game very much based on like the cinematic mode and things like that, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a very, like, you can do a campaign, but it's clearly not built for that. Good thing, bad thing, your call. Looks, and from what I've gathered, it's like this is effectively a Kickstarter to say, hey, we want to remake the game a little bit, not change it. It's still the same game. It's just we just want to make it so it's easier to understand. Narrative results with detailed maps, mounting tension, tactical and gritty combat. Yo, Alien 2e. Yeah, cheers. See ya. Like, is it bad that when I see tactical combat, I immediately shudder at this point? Like, my body just goes into high alert. I'm like, tactical combat. And it's bad, because it's not even like, oh, it's going to be bad combat. Like, anytime I see tactical combat, like, my initial reaction, like, it's going to be Lancer. I'm like, please don't be Lancer. It's a D6 system, nothing too exotic. We get a preview. Oh, we do have a preview. Let's see. Damn it. Okay, so let's see. Context describes difficulty rating based on the equipment terrain. To a hit, each die rolls greater than this rating. His opponent will receive a hit every die that rolls equal to or less than the rating. That's a little weird. It's a good die for every relevant talent point. Success, teamwork. 3d6 keep the middle. It looks like it's a d6 dice pool system. Nothing too exotic. But you know what? It's different enough, so I'll keep an eye out on it. It's made its money already. It made a pretty good amount of money. Or with this artwork, I'm not too surprised. They could literally just make a fucking Morkborg game and just say it's that, and it's not have any other rules. Yeah, Frostpunk the role-playing game is a little odd. Why is this a little odd for me? It's odd because I never thought Frostpunk had that much. I make Catalyst new medium weight dice core system. Dice core system. One connected to the complexity of the action being attempted, one connected to skill, and the third being linked to an attribute. These dice can be D4, D6. Okay, so it's a dice ladder. Yeah, tactics. That seems interesting enough. Again, my problem is I don't know what you would do in Frostpunk. Am I... Yeah, because, like, the entire concept for me of Frostpunk, anyway, is it's about the city and it's about you, the leader of it, and your success or failure of actually keeping people alive. It's a microcosm of a lot of shitty situations, if that makes sense. Hey, in this horrible situation, this horrible, apocalyptic scenario, people will still be people, and you have to make compromises that no one wants. And that's the problem. Even when, like, it's the new Londoners show up. Well, yeah, the Londoners show up because they want to go home because, it's going to be fine, even though they'll die. Everyone knows they're going to die, but it's a problem. And it's like, you just let him go. You'll fucking fail. Iron Hollow, till death do us part. Let's see, is it a... It's a bunch of playing cards. The Archive. It looks like horror sci-fi. Vagabond. Vagabond Pulp Fantasy. This is a little bit of a weird situation. Effectively, he ran out of money to actually publish the game, so he needs to do a second Kickstarter to actually make sure that people can actually play it. I think Vagabond's fine. We're throwing a Hail Mary, kind of thing. I'm like, okay, that's... So we're actually using Chinese manufacturing with a bunch of balloons over the course of a week. Yeah, it's... Scavengers, everyone is... Yep, it's... it's Cepheus. Oh, it's Cepheus Engine. Yep, it's furry. Love furries, as we all know. Here's the VTuber card game. Another one. Another one. Like, what is a... Have no fun. Have no fear. You can have the Z-listers that couldn't be in the other card games. There's also Chibi. I know Chibi. I know she pops up every now and again. She just yells. So yeah. Oh, there's Nyara. There's Maya. Yeah. Limited run. Yeah. There's the. I know some of these. That's definitely a thing that does exist. When are you gonna be in a VTuber card game? Did he mismanage the money? No. They were going with one... The thing is, they were going with one way to manufacture the books. The manufacturer said, oopsie doopsie, we're actually using Chinese funding for it. So they effectively doubled their costs, and they couldn't pay for the rest. Not really mismanagement, just not really doing their homework as much as they should have. People actually play those VTuber card games just for collecting bait. Bit of A, bit of B. See, this is the beautiful thing, Waggly Mermaid, is with Invoker, the hit new game by Sprug Workshop, you too can make your very own card game. You can become an Invoker by making your own pretender and cards. I shill right? Am I shilling correctly? I'm not very good at this whole shilling thing, I'll have you know. Let's see, Empire of Thrax. Fun art. Using the fabled D5, D14, and 16. Alright. Looks like it's made its money. Let's go to Hajj, everyone. As we are all good Muslims here. I'm creating a magic, putting them, cutting them, taping them to the board. I redid the playing categories, tested with my kids and husband. Mark and sell the games for the fast forwarded, but everything in place. Bit of 10K, including shipping. You have to bring this. Let's see. Pilgrim with leaving your room. The question the situation you're finding yourself in. Prophet Abraham, his son Ishmael, and wife Hajar. I don't know about you, kings, but I think we need to go on the Hajj together. Chill harder. Damn it. I mean, Gridmon by Jesus. I mean... Hi, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Mendoza. 2-player competitive tactics game. That's kind of cool. Alright. Seems interesting enough. Do we have any other things that I missed? I probably missed something. Oh my god, they're making a fucking Sluggy Freelance game. Oh god, it's been 8 million years since Sluggy Freelance was relevant. Alright, oh my god, it's Horace. Okay, let's rules like fantasy RPG, OSR, boss rush, TR, cat crawl. Let's see, Akaton. This is the chainmail game. I'm like, this seems interesting. I'm like, not interesting enough for me to go over, but interesting. Oh yeah, this is your eco punks. As we all know, eco punks. Okay. Prism, Funable GDR, Tosk Battle playing card games. Okay, I guess we'll look at that. Yeah, okay, there's nothing here. Okay, this Tosk. Well, I think Jesus needs a Jesus. What? The chair. Horse got a special game. Time to shoot eco punks while driving an SUV. How the hell do they fight? I mean, I guess they do use weapons. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Nothing really else to talk about. I could probably look at some other ones, but I didn't see anything. Anything fun and exciting news-wise? Sigil is dead. But we knew that already. No. I can't think of anything, actually. No fun news. Life is boring, and I like it when life is boring. But you know what? I think we're going to call it here. Thank you all for watching. I will see you all probably tomorrow. We might do something tomorrow to get things set up. Hope you all have a good time. Hope you have a good day. Of course, always for the Notepad stream, always here. And I will say, I am, as they say, away.